Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. That is the first greeting for the year. Did I mess it up? Let me check my settings. I was worried about the microphone levels. But how's it going, Zan? Welcome in. You were the first one in our first stream of the year. Well, Happy New Year and all that. I hope the year has been good to you so far. Okay, just making sure everything's fine. Alright, good. So the microphone level is fine. Hopefully the mixing wasn't off as well, because G-Hub tends to add game profiles, and I tend to miss those. But I doubt there was anything for Pentiment. Yeah, I'm checking here. No game profile specifically for Pentiment, so we're all good. Man, it's been so long. It's been so long since I said that intro spiel. It's the same thing over and over again. But I did add something new this year. Try to inject a bit more of the, I guess, storytelling aspect that I want to push more on the stream. Then, Mother, welcome in. As you can see as well, the prices have changed, unfortunately, due to the inflation that our country is currently experiencing. I had to raise the prices for the pet the cats, and everything went up in price because times are tough and all that. But welcome in. We're gonna pet the cats. What I was talking about, by the way, was that as well. I realized I think I don't know how to change the rate people gain channel points, but apparently we have so many so many people have gold coins. No, a lot of people here on Tabletop Cinema have a ton of gold coins and nothing to spend it on. So I'm giving more coins to I'm upping the prices there, the gold pieces. I was about to say, well, trying to. I was inspired by Cherney's Adventures and Katie Bent's. I realized when I was on their streams, they had a fun little redeem, which was read an excerpt from a book. I mean, it's something simple, but it's also something I totally forgot to add since the 1 year plus we started streaming. So, I treated myself to a little Christmas gift, and I got like one of the Encyclopedia Eorzea books. And I thought, hey, I'm never gonna read this. It's just gonna be in my bookshelf. So why not use the stream to hold me accountable to read it as we go? So there's a little redeem there where we read an excerpt from the book. So, so one of those things. So I mean, Katie Benz did it with like a joke, with like a book of wisdom, I think. So Katie Benz would read words of wisdom to her chat, and Cherney Adventures, I believe, was more on the narrative side and read excerpts from a storybook. So I thought that is pretty cool. And again, this year I do want to do more than just play games. I don't know. I do promise a lot on this channel, but we'll see. Jackalite, welcome in. Economics, fast gold redemption, inflation of prices. This is a terrible beginning to a year. But hey, you're all rich. You all have so many gold coins. Why not just spend it on things? Let me find the cats. Let's give them a good petting. We're just gonna have a short chill stream tonight. Just getting myself back in the saddle. It has been more than 2 weeks. Been feeling pretty out of it as well, but push myself to try and get online, get back to the grind, and good to see you all come onto the stream. All right, let's see. Who do we have here? Hiya. Happy New Year. A 2-for-1 here. To smoosh their little faces. Hello. Hey, will you let me pick you up? think if that redeem, I think they know what it means. This has been this has been very consistent. Chair, the redemption, me pushing back my chair, turning around, holding onto the chair. The cats know already. We trained them well, chat. We trained them well. Look at that. They know. They know. Okay. Oh. Now that that's out of the way. They do. They know. Tactical cat angle. Got it. Yeah. All right. How has everyone been this new year? I know it's a heavy question, but hopefully you're all doing well. I really do hope that. Wishing you all the best. Glad that you're all here. Had a lot of feelings going into the new year. But here we are. Still doing my thing. Still trying this out. And I wouldn't be here if it weren't for y'all. So thank you. Redeem as well would be a take. Anything from anime movies and you give your thoughts. You know what? That's interesting. Like, I'm not exactly sure how my takes are, but you have said that you do appreciate the insight, so I gotta be more confident in that. Thank you for that suggestion. That is a pretty good suggestion, actually. So it's also good for, prompts. And I just noticed there's a dead bird on the menu. Holy crap. Sorry, Rand. We're almost done with the game. We're in the final act. I don't know if the menu changes based on the act we're in. We are in the final chapters of the game, so we're actually almost done with Pentiment. Then we're going to move on to other visual novels. Specifically Scarlet Hollow and Road Warden. I did not notice this dead bird. It's very... Wow, that's sad. Anyway, thank you for the suggestion. Of course, I do need to watch a lot more series, films, and all that for that to be applicable. But for the ones that I can talk about, that's good. I should add that. Wait, you know what? I'm going to note it down right now on Evernote. Because if I don't, I'm just going to forget it. So, okay. Add redemption. Take. And I could I could make a fancy, I could title it like well, someone already suggested Tabletop Cinema. That's for a just chatting segment. I forgot who recommended that, but it is something that's also on my mind before. But table takes, I don't know. It's still weird that people call me table or tabletop or top on streams, but that's what happens if you name yourself like this. Anyway. I totally forgot what is happening in this game. Right! My in-game father was almost murdered. Okay, now I remember. Dad needs to be able to see the mural in its finished form. But I don't know how much time he has left. Verna said it could be a few months, or... Verna is the town doctor. This is 18 years after Act 2. 20 plus years since the game began. So this is Magdalene. All grown up now. God protect him. And someone tried to murder my father! Attempted murder. Again, someone bludgeoned him in the head because he was about to... He wanted to paint the truth of this town's history. The dark history of the the church overtaxing the people, the soldiers coming in and massacring the peasants, part of the German peasant revolution in history. So even Kearsall was not spared from the bloodshed. And Magdalene's father wanted to depict that in the mural, but there was some discord in the council saying, no, that's too much to depict that. Don't paint that. Don't do that. But of course, our father, who's very guilty for not standing up for the peasants back then, he was part of the townsfolk that chose to back off because it is getting too dangerous. Because he saw Magdalene, who was a baby back then, the newborn child of his friends. He felt like he could not stand up and join the revolution because that would put his family in danger. Understandably, it's a difficult position to be in. So now, 18 years later, he's racked with guilt and he wants to at least memorialize it. It's the least he can do. But someone, the thread puller, the mastermind of all these murders since the beginning of the game, is still active and somehow almost got my father killed. So it's not looking good. The doctor says he only has maybe a few weeks, a few months left. The mural remains unfinished, and Magdalene, his daughter, our current playable character, wants to finish it before her father passes. So it's gonna be, there's a sense of urgency now. It's a different protagonist because Andreas Mahler, the previous protagonist, died. As far as we can tell, he tried to save some books in the library. I had no control over that. He could be burned inside the monastery. That is a bit sudden, honestly. That is very sudden, but now it's a refreshing change of pace. Now, I have enjoyed the story so far. I'm really attached to this town. It reminds me a lot of Dragon Age 2. Because, well, actually, it may be an unpopular opinion, but Dragon Age 2 was actually my favorite Dragon Age because for me, it had the most intimate story by virtue of it focusing entirely on one city, one family, across a generation, across the years. And I felt really attached to the city, to the characters, and all that. So very similar feeling here. It's one town, 2 decades, multiple generations, just seeing your actions cascade down the years. It's been interesting. But I walk into Act 3 with much trepidation because every review I saw was not happy with Act 3. I don't know, I'm reserving judgment for it. We're gonna finish the game and think about it ourselves. But overall, if you have not played Pentiment before and if you do not want spoilers, I think it's worth experiencing it. It feels very true to life, and the drama is enough to keep you going. And here we are. We're playing as Magdalene with very personal stakes. We want to finish our father's mural before he passes away. Thank you for the tip, anonymous tipper. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You are the first tipper, whoever you are, at the beginning of the year. Thank you so much. Last year was a wild ride, honestly. But I just feel even more motivated to grow the channel, to grow the brand. So thank you. But here we are. That is a big summary for this game. It is a good summary for myself as well, and I think we're ready to continue. I'll pick up where Dad left off. He wanted to paint the history of Tassing from its earliest days to the revolt. Apologies for the terrible fake English-German accent. They're all supposed to be speaking German here, by the way. I'll start the earliest part of Tassing's history, the pagan tribes and the Romans. Then I'll move on to Tassing's founding, onto the founding of the Abbey and Tassing's saints. After that, I should find a way to represent our recent history. Depicting the revolt is important to Dad. People in Tassing might know some of the town's history, but not all of it. Dad said the library in Kearsaw had those records. He was going to write to the last prioress to see if she had any information. I should write to her now, while I'm thinking about it. Alright! Thank you so much for the lurk, Zen. Always great to have you here. We have to write to Mother Illuminata. Where is Mother Illuminata right now? I know the brothers of Kearsaw Abbey left because, well, the church burned down. So the Dominicans left. I think the sisterhood, the sisters also left. So now it's a new convent. So most of the sisters are gone, save for maybe 2. So the town feels very different. Mother Illuminata was the last librarian and prioress at Kearsaw. Dad thinks she may know something about Tassing's early history that could help me with a mural. I should write to her now. How long would it take, wherever Illuminata is? Vanua, welcome in! It's been so long. I think the last time I saw you, you were GMing awesomely. I had so much fun. Guys, Vanua, GM for Den Mother Plays. It is such a great time. I loved it. It is a one-on-one thing, but I already told you guys that your chemistry was on point. If you're still there, Den Mother, I had so much fun experiencing all that with Father Rudd. And it is great. It is a great 2-parter with room for growth and everything. It's like a tip of the iceberg, but it is great to see you in the GM saddle, Vano. It is quite inspirational as well. It really made me think about, I really want to return to it. But anyway, I hope the year has been good to you. Despite everything that's going on all around the world, I hope you're safe, you are heated, you have lights on. That's all I can wish for right now. But here we are. We're here for a late night stream. Just easing myself back into the saddle, getting back into the groove of things. It has been more than 2 weeks. And I did get Scarlet Hollow. So that's lined up. We're almost done with this. I don't know if I'll finish it tonight. We'll see. But Scarlet Hollow's lined up. I have it there in my library. And that's what I'll be playing next. I bought a bunch of visual novels, actually. And I'm excited to try them out eventually. After Pentiment, we have like Scarlet Hollow. Road Warden seemed very interesting. Road Warden is like a combination of RPG, visual novel, and adventure game. It's gotten pretty good reviews. So I'm interested to try out Road Warden. It might be a good follow-up after all of this. Another mystery thing called The Case of the Golden Idol. I heard great things about that, which also reminded me of the Obra Dinn, The Legend of the Obra. I forgot the full title, but Obra Dinn is something I played a bit of, which I also really liked, but I never got to finish. So once again, including the big releases of this year, there's just so many games to play. But as well, I'm again going back to your stream with Den Mother. It just feels like I just need to get back into tabletop RPGs. Something to start with this year. Alright, lights are on. That is good to hear. Usually warm. Air defense got much better. Okay, good to hear. And again, I was just, amazed by all that. Your dedication to the craft. Even with the lights off, I was still compelled. In fact, when your lights went off, that's when things actually started to... Not that I wish for your lights to go off. I'm just saying, like, coincidentally, when you still push through and GM for Den Mother, despite the conditions that you're experiencing, it is just so intense. It is just a great ride, I must say. And I was watching the VOD. I wish I was there in person to react to everything. But first episode was fun. Second episode was fun. And here we are. Hopefully you get to relax. And yeah, Road Warden looks super interesting. Let's check that out. But what other stuff before we continue, just as a little teaser, at least for the visual novel slot of our stream. Right. I got a Ruina, but that's something I want to play off stream. Behind the Frame, the finest scenery. I just wanted a chill, cozy, if you never heard of Behind the Frame, it's a very short Studio Ghibli-esque narrative game about a painter and it's like an emotional tale of chance and artistry revealed behind unrelated yet familiar moments. So we have might play that one day, feel like an artist behind the frame. Of course, RPG time, The Legend of Wright, which is a love letter to young game masters. If you ever were a child in grade school with an hyperactive imagination, drawing dungeons and dragons and demons and orcs and heroes and knights fighting all of them on your notebook for your friends, it's a love letter to that kind of experience. So RPG time, I also have it lined up. Case of the Golden Idol, it's very much like Obra Dinn, supposedly. Sucker for Love whenever we feel like it, because we need more dating sims in my life. Kathy Rain, director's cut. I appreciate fully voiced narrative adventures. So Kathy Rain in the vein of classic 90s point and click adventures, but with additional content and full voice acting, I think. So that seemed pretty interesting. You know, badass female protagonist on a motorcycle and all that. Lacuna for a sci-fi neo-noir pixel point and click adventure. Chicken Police and Road Warden. So we have a bunch of stuff as well. A bunch of small bite-sized adventures who should keep us going. But one step at a time. We're beginning the year with a bit of Pentiment, and it's I get good starting the year off with this because right now in the chapter we're in, it's about change, it's about new beginnings, and old endings. So let's see how that happens. Yeah, Silent Hunters as well. I had to really choose. Like, it's definitely down the line. I might play the three. I might find time. And maybe after we get through some more games, I want to play the trio of it from the same studio. Oh wait, is that the same one from the same studio, or was that something else? No, 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 no. Sorry, that is no, my mistake. Yeah, yeah. The one. Yeah, I remember this now. Silent Huntress. Crap, sale is over. Was it? Did it ever go on sale? Well, it's not that expensive anyway. Yeah, Silent Huntress definitely sounds good. And also the trio of games, which I keep forgetting. The one about the music, the Oriental looking one. You know what I'm talking about. There are a bunch. There are a bunch. Anyway, have you been able to play much? Like over these past 2 weeks, it feels like a lifetime ago. It feels like I haven't streamed in forever. Any particular awesome gaming experiences you've had lately? Now, I was busy entertaining family while they were here, so I didn't get to play much. However, I increased my backlog, so that's a bad thing. Project Wingman? Oh, I think my friend had an amazing time with that. Do you like flight sims? Like, would you recommend Project Wingman over, let's say, are you a fan of the Ace Combat series? Because my brother was addicted to the Ace Combat series. Never got into it myself, but I was looking at Project Wingman. Cool. Okay, where to begin? Dad told me the last prioress at Kirasaw knew something about the old history of Tassi. He said she became the abbess of a convent in Bologna. Did I pronounce that properly? Bolognese pasta? Bologna? Mother Illuminata? One of the largest cities in Italy, Bologna has been a center of the arts for centuries. It houses a well-known university, which was home to both Dante and Petrarch. Project Wingman's even cooler. Man, I should. It's on Game Pass. I think it's still on Game Pass. I should give it a shot. I've been downloading so many different games because what's it's just I just felt the urge to. Okay, it's still here. Project Wingman is still here. It is still on my wish list. All right. Insane in what way? Like in terms of the what is there like a narrative to this? Is there like a compelling story, or is it just like great fighter pilot action? Yes, at Santa Margherita. Start of the year, already mentioning Margherita. Now I want the Margherita pizza. Jesus. A small town in the Republic of Genoa along the coast of the Ligurian Sea. Santa Margherita. Okay, there's a campaign. Have you finished it? Uh, I remember I wrote to my friend already, my pen pal. Now I'm writing to Mother Illuminata. Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita, formerly Prioress of Kyrso Abbey, formerly the Barbarian. Should I put... I don't know what this affects. Formerly... Should we put formerly Prioress? Sure, why not? It sounds formal. Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita, formerly Prioress of Kyrso Abbey. My name is Magdalene Druckerin. I do not believe we ever met, as I was very young when you left Kyrso. Or, more direct, I am the daughter of Klaus Drucker, Magdalene. We are printers from Tassing. You are acquainted with my father. He bought many books from the library before that terrible fire consumed the place. I am writing because my father and I are creating a mural into Tassing Rathaus. It's going to tell the history of our community and of Kyrsaw as well. We have only legends and folklore, since of course all of Kyrsaw's books were destroyed in the fire. I was hoping you could tell us something about the early history of the town when the Romans were here. If you know anything about the early history of the abbey itself, we would also be glad to hear of it. We would appreciate any help you could give us, and we hope you are well. My father always spoke highly of you, especially how you cared for the Sisters of the Fire, especially how you cared for the library and its books. Spoke highly of your piety and intellect. If you would not mind a personal question, was it hard to return to Italy after being here for so many years? Maybe this would reserve this if we do correspond with her often. It seems like a second or a third letter. So maybe... Do we want to mention the fire? Well, my father always spoke highly of you, especially how you cared for the library and its books. God bless you, Magdalene. Super fun. Missions are diverse. That's good. So the missions don't get boring. Flying in the night. If I want to finish the mural before Christmas, I should start planning tomorrow. Oh, this is a Christmas thing. Should finish this in Christmas. Railgun ship shooting at you, lightning storm in the area, enemy planes closing in. Ah, oh, yeah. I can already imagine that. That does sound super fun. I should head to bed and get as much rest as I can. One of, like, I love, like, the chaos. Like, being inside a cockpit and the chaos all around you. Like, it's fun, especially with, like, real planes on Earth. But for me, I really get a kick out of that. And why I enjoyed Chorus so much and flight sims and space sims is weaving in and out of capital ships, very Battle of Coruscant style. These massive titans firing their lasers all around you, fighters swarming in, drones all over the place. To get that feeling again. Perhaps Project Wingman will come close. We haven't had very good space sims lately. Like, I can't think of any right now. Chorus was pretty mediocre. And it wasn't exactly... It's more like a... I don't know, not really a sim. A space action game. Yeah, there hasn't. Hmm. Aside from Star Wars Squadrons, I don't think we've gotten any good space sims. Oh, by the way, for anyone who may still be there, I did add a little redeem just to test it out. If you are interested in the lore of Final Fantasy XIV, I read a random excerpt from the lore. It's also an excuse for me to get through the book. Because I buy a lot of these lore books attached to different games and universes, but I never read it. So we're gonna help each other here, chat. It's a new redeem. I'm just testing it out. Reichspostman. Ah, Mistress Druckerin. I have a few letters here addressed to you. That was quick. Take care now. That is good postal service, sir. Oh, did we get a response at like in one day? I didn't notice the time skip. Mother Illuminata wrote back to me. I hope her response helps me paint the mural. Mr. Struckerin, thank you for your letter. I hope this reply finds you and your father in good health. I remember you both, as your father would carry you between the rooms of our library in its final years. I also remember your late mother and brother. God keep their souls. While we did have some books that discussed Tassing's past, it's likely they were as mythological as what your neighbors believe. That said, I remember one of the peasants, Tilman Kreutzer, read about the history of the town. Tilman Kreutzer? I know he died during the revolt, but perhaps his family knows some of what he learned. I should also say that it's not true that all of Kirsaw's books were destroyed by the fire. Andreas Mahler managed to save some from the flames. God rest his soul. What did he do? Chuck it out the window? Well, better than it burning. In the aftermath of the terrible night, cataloging and preserving the surviving books was not at the top of any of our minds. Even so, this topic has stirred a memory within me. Several years before the fire, there was a death at Kearsaw. The murder of Baron Rothvogel. Ah, where the game began. He had mentioned something about finding a copy of Historia Tassiae, a comprehensive chronicle of your home. As a reminder, Historia Tassiae is an account of the early history of Tassing. Kearsaw's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy. Baron Rothvogel brought another to the abbey as a gift, and apparently this thread puller did not like that. The thread puller does not like upsetting the status quo or like the natural course of things in the town. I'm not sure who the thread puller is or what their goals are. It's just when disruptive elements, quote unquote, come into the picture, they tend to manipulate people as pawns to take out the disturbance. So this history of Tassing, obviously the church overwrote some of the history by saying that it was Saint Moritz who founded it. You know, built on half-truths, typical stuff. Writing over the actual history of the Roman centurion and all that. So they probably didn't like that truth coming to light. I had forgotten about it until now because the murder dominated all of our thoughts in the days and weeks that followed. It troubles me now because I recall that the late Father Matthias was also reading a copy of Historia Tassiae shortly before he died. It's a cursed book. Oh shoot, he was murdered maybe. We never accounted for either book's whereabouts. They may have been hidden somewhere in the library and went up with everything else. Perhaps Prior Ferenc took it from the Baron after the murder. Ah, but we got him executed! Ferenc had an interest in books of all sorts, of course, but it seems like an odd thing to do in the moment. Ah, he's dead! Then again, only God knows what he did and why he did it. Niklaus. How... What's the A with the two dots on top? How do you pronounce that? Like, I only know the umlaut, but... Haberle? I don't know. Niklaus Haberle, the Baron's manservant. Oh yeah, Niklaus. Believed it may have been stolen by the town thief, Martin Bauer. Makes sense. If Martin Bauer was contracted by the Threadpuller, which I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure Martin was hired by the Threadpuller, perhaps anonymously, to plant these notes, perhaps, maybe, and steal some stuff and basically, do his bidding. Set the pieces in place. If Martin is still alive, I would ask him if he knows where the book is. But he's dead. Who's still alive that could have the book? Hopefully he didn't trade it for a mug of beer on his way out of Tassing. Was there a way to even save him? Or would Jacob always come and replace him? If the man has passed from this world, perhaps his family knows where the book wound up. As for the history of the Abbey, I fear that was also lost in the blaze. However, as sacristan, so many leads. Friar Matthew learned a great deal about the subject. Oh, he's so old already. What's a sacristan? Right. Appointed official in a monastery responsible for maintaining the sacristy where vestments and objects used in ceremonies are kept. Sacristan is also often the treasurer. I have not kept in contact with him, but I know that he is now the Archdeacon of Sion? Once a free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire, Sion became the capital of Valais when the canton joined the Swiss Confederacy following the Swabian War in 1499. Huh. He is no longer a Benedictine? Oh right, they're Benedictine monks, my bad. They're not Dominicans. He's no longer a Benedictine, but uses his family name, Faucigny Saus. I hope it's because he ended up with who was the other brother he loved. If you write to him soon, your letter may reach him before snow covers Valais. Please convey my best wishes to your father. He was a good friend to the Abbey in its better years. Despite the violence that occurred, I hold no ill will toward anyone from Tassing. I pray that you have seen better days since that night, and that God forgives the many errors we made. God bless you as well. Mother Luminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita. Oh, that is fast. This is my friend, Esther. Esther was the child that was born during the revolution. The revolt. My dear Magda, my parents were glad to hear from your father. Please tell him they wish to hear from him soon. Speaking of printing, your ink was well received indeed. I've made several prints with it. They look lovely on the wall. I believe they're in Prague, right? Her family's from Prague, so she's writing from Prague. Elisha has taken to making his own ink from scraps he found around the house after he saw yours. Elisha? Elisha? I think it's Elisha. Like Elijah, right? Mother was furious when he spent several pfennigs trying to find lapis at the market. She set him scrubbing the floors for it. Took him 3 days. I'm glad you're keeping busy, even though it keeps you from visiting. Father says we'll have room whenever you decide to make an appearance. And if you do take over the shop in Tassing, you'll have to make visits to Prague for supplies. Who knows? Maybe you'll meet someone here. I've made a good match too. There's a young man at the synagogue, Simond, who caught my eye. His father is a doctor, and his brothers have all gone to university as well. I'd quite like to marry him. Anyway, I hope this Otts fellow and his mother don't give you too much trouble. Right, that's the son of the late Otto and Eva. I think he's a potential candidate for marriage. You really ought to give men a chance, Magdalene. They can be quite sweet. At least, the ones in the city here are. Please keep us abreast of your father's mural. We'll have to come see it when it is finished. Blessings, Esther. I'm still amazed by the speed of the mail service. I didn't notice how many days had passed. I'll have to write Esther back tonight. I should head home and check on Dad. Now I see why. Like, so far, Act 3 has kind of been on rails. There's definitely less exploration, but I'm treating it more like as an epilogue of things. Like the game kind of ended with Andreas Mahler, and then now it's just one extended epilogue for the final fate of Tassing, I guess. I don't know if there should be another climax. Well, there is a thread puller, whoever the hell the thread puller is. But there better be a good explanation for the thread puller. Hey, Dad. How are you feeling? Magdalene. Sitting upright is still a struggle, I'm afraid. The dizziness makes my stomach turn, so I'd rather not eat at the moment. Are you sure? I could make up something light, like milk or broth. No. I can't stomach anything just yet. But tell me, where are you off to? I need to get started on the first part of the mural today, the old history. Mother Illuminata didn't know much about Tassing's early history, but she did give me a few places to start. I'm going to ask Black Till. Who the heck? Oh, the guy we never really talked to. If his grandfather told him any stories. Illuminata said he used to read about the Romans. Oh. Maybe Black Till's the shepherd's son? Like, Mother Illuminata. Magdalene. Fine. Right, yes. Mother Illuminata. Young Kreutzer has mentioned those tales from time to time, yes? He comes by to borrow books now and then. Usually when he's found some interesting old ruins out in the field. You might ask him about that. Il Peters always harumphed about how no one paid attention to the old ways anymore too. Yeah, the old gods. And he is still alive. I love it. Il Peter, alive since the beginning of the game, outliving everyone in this town. I'm sure he'll have some stories to tell about old Tassing. Might stop to talk to him. I didn't think of that. Thanks, Dad. Of course, Magda. It's nice to feel useful, even if I am stuck here in bed. Nonsense. I'm just glad you're awake. You might want to talk to Smokey, too. Yeah, Smokey. Still alive. The charcoal burner. The old charcoal burner seems to know more about what's in the woods around town than anyone else. That, and he's a known gossip. He's always been kind to me when I chat with him. I'm certain he'll know something about the ruins. You may hear something worth your while, at any rate. I'll go talk to him. What about the ruins or the mines? I can't just use books and stories alone. I want to explore whatever is left over from the Romans and before. The salt mine and Roman ruins are the oldest parts of Tassing, so it only makes sense to see what they left behind. Are we finally going to go down the salt mine if that matters? I don't think it... I'm pretty sure it's like blocked off. You take after your mother. She was always thorough in her research. We always said that's what good artists do, Dad. Be careful, alright? I know the twins mess around near the salt mine, but I don't want you getting hurt. I don't know why George doesn't keep them in line. Always making trouble, those two. Big George. Our background, I forgot our background. We chose because barbed wit or something. Don't worry about me, Dad. I'll be careful. They don't have brains enough to keep out of trouble. I do. That's what happens when you name your kids after pagan gods instead of saints. Yikes. At least Artemis actually knows how to read. I don't think Apollo can even spell his name. Sure, let's use our background. The boy struggles with his letters, Magdalene. Don't shame him for it. Not everyone is a printer's daughter. Don't forget your other chores while you're running around town, alright? We still have a household to run. Sigh frustratedly. I'll get to them, Dad. I'll get to them, Dad. Don't worry, I'll get everything done. Mary! Live! Still alive. So glad to see you, Mary. Happy New Year to you. I hope New Year has been treating you well, and I hope the holidays have been good and gentle to you as well. That's all I wish for everyone coming into chat. Thank you for dropping by. I'm glad to see you as well, Mary. Been a while. So glad to have you here. More than a year since we began, and we're still here. Hope you're doing well, Mary. As always, you are always welcome on this channel. We're just chilling tonight, having an easy stream. But you're sick again, okay? But hope you're getting well soon, getting some good rest. And despite all that, I really appreciate you dropping by as well, Mary. Makes things a bit more homey and familiar. Always great to see familiar faces here. Thank you so much. Get well soon. If you are not familiar with this game, perhaps this may ease your burdens as well if you are looking for some narrative adventure to play. It's a very heartwarming story, and I hope it eases the soul as well. We have a good relationship with our in-game father here, so don't worry, I'll get everything done. We're trying to solve a murder, by the way, Mary. That's it. Well, an attempted murder, so it's pretty serious. That's my girl. As you can see, our father was attacked in the middle of the night and almost killed. I'd better get going if I want to do all of that today. I'll see you later, Dad. Good luck, Magdalene. Magdalene. Hey, Dad. How are you feeling? Can I get you anything? No, I'm fine. You go on. Alright, I'll come back and check on you later. So we have a lot of leads to pursue. Which one do I want to do first? Oh. Damn. Okay, we have Tassing's early history. Mother Illuminata's letter suggested that Martin Bauer or his family might have a book on Tassing's history. She also thought I should write to Matthew, Kearsaw's old sacristan, about the Christian history of the town. Ill Peter has been surrounded around forever. He might remember some of the old stories. He does know the old ways. Black Till's grandfather read a lot about Tassing's history. I think he's a good first lead. If Black Till is the grandson of the shepherd was very knowledgeable about the Roman history. So he read a lot about Tassing's history. Maybe he's made it a family tradition. Smoky Collar spends all his time in the forest. I think he might know something interesting about the ruins or the mine. So I think we're going to go after Black Till and Smoky Collar first. In her letter, Mother Illuminata mentioned that 2 copies of A History of Tassing had both gone missing before the Abbey fire. She suggested that Martin Bauer stole one of the copies before he fled town. Well, Martin's dead. His body double, Jacob. Well, maybe the wife has the copy. I wonder if he hid the book somewhere before he left. I should ask around. Uh, Wait. Next page. I wrote to Mother Illuminata and asked about her about Tashing's early history. Hopefully she'll be able to tell me something useful. It's late. I should go to bed soon. Already finished that quest. Updated dossier. Tillman Blacktail Kreutzer. Grandson of the late Till Kreutzer. Husband of Eva. Oh, wait. Another Eva? Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. Eva married again. Right. She was widowed. Otto died in the revolution. And she married Black Till. Father of Christina. Maintains his family's interest in the history of Tassing. That's good. Artemis is daughter of Veronica and Big George Gertner, twin sister of Apollo. Valais, a canton in the Swiss Alps. Is that how to pronounce it? Valais. Became an associate member of the Swiss Confederation in 1529. All right, let's go. I should write. I can't write yet. Printing press. All right, who should we go to first? I think I want to talk to... Oops. Remembering how to navigate the stuff. You know what? Let's try to look for the book. Martin Bauer, replaced by Jacob. Brigitta. Magdalene, how are you keeping? I'm eager to continue work on the mural. I have so much to do before Christmas. I'm certain it will be the pride of Tassing when you are through. I think we're a bit late. This seems to be a Christmas game. We've always had your mother's talent for art. And how is your dad? His mind is fading. I pray for him every night. You're one of the only people who've asked how I'm doing before asking about my dad. I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. Yourself disappears behind the needs of the person you're looking after. I worry about you, carrying that weight alone. I remember when my dad fell. We cared for him best we could. But those few months before he passed were a tough time for everyone. But I believe God will pull your dad through, whatever the doctor says. We need him. God willing, you're right. I am at his mercy. I don't know what I'll do if he dies. I feel crazy even thinking about it. Should the worst come to pass, you will not be alone, Magdalene. Believe me. It may feel like you are, but... Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through this? Oh, our background. What's his background again? I should look at my character sheet. I forgot what we chose. I can't think that far ahead. I truly don't know. Dad would want me to keep up the printing press. I'd have to get married. You remember what happened to Ottilia? That poor woman. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tassing who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you? You must mean Otts. I promise you, I do not. I literally can't imagine who you'd be alluding to. I think this will feel like sarcastic. There's not a single young man of quality in this town. Not even young Otts. He's about as subtle as his father. God rest Otto's soul. I miss him. I wish I got to meet him properly, I mean. Otts doesn't know what he wants. Otts doesn't know what he wants. Some days I'm amazed he can button his own pants. The way Eva hovers, who's to say she doesn't do it for him? Oh, yeah, his mom. The way Eva hovers, who's to say she doesn't do it for him? It was the same with Otto and Eva. We all knew he was hers from the start. As Otts appears to be yours. But if nothing ever comes of that, know that you're always welcome in my family, Magda. Kraft's a nice, hardworking boy. He's got a sharp mind. He can provide for a family. Kraft? Are you trying to set me up with your son? Can you blame a mother for trying? You're a good, respectable girl, Magda. Any family would be lucky to have as a daughter. I guess I'll consider it. I don't mean to be rude, but if we decide on my own time. I don't mean to be rude, but I'd prefer to decide in my own time. All right, all right. I'll let it lie. You know, not every marriage may start off on solid footing. But if you pray and work and trust in the Lord, you can find it in time. Believe me. You're not making the prospect sound very enticing. We will never get married. If it's not working out, how can you be sure a couple belongs together? Of course, God knows. He brings people together for a purpose. Remember, this 1500s, chat. We don't need to understand it, only to have faith in providence. What's terrifying is, I know people today who still speak like that. In any case, I should get back to the chores. Remember what I said. Whatever happens, you're always welcome in my home. Noted. Until later. Thank you, Brigitte. Be well. Oh, before I forget, I almost did forget. I actually had a question about an old book. Martin is supposed to have stolen it from that baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Oh. I hope this doesn't get me into trouble, but I still have it. Hidden in a drawer. Oh, jackpot! Martin left it behind when he ran off. Why do you keep it? He went to all that trouble to take it, but didn't bring it along. Right, I think it's like an investigative background. Or she's very perceptive. I think that's the background we chose. Martin was a thief, but he wasn't stupid. I'm sure he realized no one would believe he'd come by the book honestly. So he couldn't sell it. Again, maybe it's because he was instructed to steal it. Just get it out of the hands of someone, right? It's like, why would he steal it in the first place? Because he was probably hired to. Why do you keep it? What was I supposed to do? This Baron was killed soon after, and there I was, holding his stolen book. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. Can I have it? I don't know. Oh, I do wanna... I'd like to read it to my dad. Well, I would like to read it to my dad, but that's a lie, so maybe... Brigitta's been nice to us. I need to reference it for the mural. I don't know which side she's on. Whether she wants us to paint the true story or not. Let's find out. I need to reference it as a mural. But won't everyone wonder where you got the ideas? I've been talking to people all over town. They'll think I get the ideas from them. Yeah, we talk to everyone. They know we're asking around. We don't have to say the book. Oh, all right. Yes! I'd like to have nothing more to do with it, to be frank. It reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of a dead nobleman in our home. Perhaps it spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. It is a cursed book, after all. People have died because of it. Here you are. Please, don't tell anyone I had this. Yo, what's up, Sean the Owl? Welcome in. We're just playing some narrative game today. How's it going? It's a bit late in the evening for us, but how have you been? You've been playing Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Oh, freaking awesome. Assassin's Creed was the reason why I chose some character traits for this character. Anyway, this is called Pentiment. I'm not sure if you're into these kinds of games. It is a narrative adventure by Obsidian, and it's set roughly in the late Renaissance 1500s. So naturally, as a huge Assassin's Creed fan myself, I made sure our character had some background in Italy, in Florence specifically, or Venice, was it? I love Assassin's Creed, the Ezio trilogy. But have you been replaying it, or are you going through it all for the first time? Well, I will say it is more like a visual novel. So I'm enjoying my time with it. It's pretty chill. But we do play a variety of games here. You just happen to catch us playing this. But welcome in. Replaying it. It is worth a replay. Even though I rarely replay games. Are you updated with the series? Like, have you finished Valhalla and all that? Because I stopped in Valhalla. I got burned out. I played all these Assassin's Creed games straight, all up to Valhalla. And I just couldn't take it anymore. It is a fun game, though. Eventually, one of these days, I will continue Valhalla. But Ezio Trilogy is still, my god, remains in my top games ever. You got the spark back. That is important to have, yeah. Can't force it, right? Like, I did not want to ruin my playthrough of it. It is a lot. Playing from... back then I stopped in Black Flag when a big gaming hiatus. Then I started from Black Flag, played everything, even the side scrollers, even Rogue and Liberation, all the way up to Valhalla, and it's just holy shit. But I do love the series. Still a big part of my life. But great. Hope you're enjoying your playthrough with that. Yeah, and the side scrollers, well, they were okay. Well, I still enjoyed them, but they made me wish that they used the settings in a full Assassin's Creed game. Because you know how much people have been asking for, of course, like something set in East Asia or even Central Asia. I guess Ghost of Tsushima is the closest we'll get to an Assassin's Creed Japan, but like they recently announced something in Japan, right? But I'm thinking it's gonna be another side scroller. But yeah, welcome in. Um, we're just almost done with the game actually, but yeah, we try to stream around this time every Thursday. This weekend, we just finished our game. We were playing the Dark Pictures anthology. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. Fun interactive movies. We finished House of Ashes, and we might be playing something new. Every Tuesday, we are still chugging through God of War Ragnarok. So yeah, Thursdays kind of become our visual novel slot. You know, a modern day Assassin's Creed set in Japan would be pretty badass. But also, if you have not played Ghost of Tsushima, I will say it's also one of my favorite games. It's the closest we're gonna get to a Japanese Assassin's Creed. It's a phenomenal game, in my opinion. I love Ghost of Tsushima. Cannot wait for the sequel. Whoops. Focus. There we go. We just picked up a book, Historia Tassier. An account of the early history of Tassin. Kurosawa's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy. Baron Rothvogel brought another to the abbey as a gift. People were murdered because of this book. There's a thread puller in the mastermind who I hope we get to unmask. It's in Latin, which I don't read well. I'll puzzle over it in the evening. Thank you, Brigitte. You've been a big help. Of course, Magda. Be well now. God bless. You too, Brigitte. Until later. Oh yeah, Sean. Holy shit. Ghost of Tsushima? You're in for a ride. If you do get to try it, let us know how it went. I'm actually... I will say, I'm actually super glad Sucker Punch was the one that made quote-unquote Assassin's Creed Japan, which was Ghost of Tsushima. It is so... It feels so good to play. It has everything, like air assassination, stealth, different ways to approach an objective, great swordplay, parkour. It's Assassin's Creed Japan, but it's so great. In fact, I'm glad. Yeah, again, I'm glad Sucker Punch did it and not Ubisoft, because let's face it, we know it's an amazing series, Assassin's Creed, but even the new formula, starting with Origins, it got a bit too long in the tooth for me. And you know all about Ubisoft map checklists. Like Ubisoft open world templates, if you know what I mean. It gets tiring after a while, but Ghost of Tsushima held my attention all the way to the end. It is a phenomenal game. You too, Brigitte, until later. They became what they were fighting. Yeah, you know how they lived long enough to become a villain, right? One of those things. Morning, Magdalene. How's Klaus? Enduring? Even when his speech is slurred, he keeps a cheerful heart. Yeah, someone tried to murder my father. I don't know what life would be like without him. Klaus is a good man, Magdalene. Tassing is a better place thanks to him. He's one of the few in Tassing who hasn't been on my back all this time. What do you mean? Don't pretend like you haven't heard. Townsfolk have whispered shit about me for years. So what if I occasionally get into a few brawls? I'm an honest man. Man, this guy's been through a lot. He isn't even the real Martin Bauer. Someone replaced him. Long story. This game takes place over like 20 plus years. I wasn't involved with what happened to Otto Zimmerman. I supported his cause. I pulled my weight around here. Tilled the soil, salted the meat, provided for Brigitte and Kraft. I've done enough backbreaking work for this family. Can't a man just have a goddamned rest? Why are you always getting into fights? Brigitte supports you and all this, doesn't she? I believe you, Martin. You seem like you could use a respite. Respite? Damn right. Right. I lost enough time to this as it is. Time for you to go. Wow, okay. Until later, Martin. Now the talk of open world has got me thinking. Like, when I binged all the Assassin's Creed games, I suffered heavily from open world game fatigue. I remember there was a trend some years ago when games claimed it as a feature. Like, our game is now open world, thumbs up. But later on, people started to roll their eyes like another open world thing. 'Cause sometimes you just want a focused experience, right? Well, we play different games. We are mood shift, but honestly, like everything was trying to be open world, which admittedly kills some of the pacing, and sometimes it's so overwhelming you end up not doing anything or progressing. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 1, right? Even though Assassin's Creed 1 was open enough, it's insane. Like, I remember Assassin's Creed 1 blew my mind like all those years ago. Like, I could not believe that there was a game that looked this amazing and had such freedom of movement. It is so mind blowing. And then Assassin's Creed 2 like felt like it perfected that, right? They do? Oh, I don't even remember anymore. I know Odyssey and Valhalla was just Odyssey's world was so massive that it became so empty. Though anyway, um actually surprisingly, Odyssey remains my second favorite Assassin's Creed game actually. Like, I'm not sure which you fell in love with, but for me, of course, it's the Ezio trilogy and Odyssey. Like, those are my top Assassin's Creed games. Oh right, the page transition. Yeah, this game, as you can see, it's patterned after illuminated manuscripts. So stylistically, it's awesome. Even the font that they use denotes the class and the educational level of the person you're talking to reflect that. So this game is historical fiction. It's set in a real world with real world events, 1500s Bavaria, and the German peasant revolution, all of that. It happened. Of course, the story is fictional, but they make it look like those old, books from the medieval times, painstakingly hand drawn, handcrafted, illuminated manuscripts. It's great. It's phenomenal. It's just, if you are coming in because you're a fan of Obsidian games, Obsidian who did Fallout New Vegas, KOTOR 2, some of the best RPGs in the industry, this is very different for them. It is almost purely a visual novel. There's barely any game. You're just walking around and talking to people. It's like reading a book, which is fine. It's just, if you're expecting like an Obsidian RPG, it's not. So I like that they're experimenting with it. The dialogues have been interesting, but we're actually in the final act right now, and everything is just. I think right now we're just experiencing the consequences of our actions. So we'll see. Hello, Magdalene. How's the mural coming? Making an open world interesting is a hard task. For sure, Vanua. When open world was still quote unquote new or fresh in people's minds, Skyrim was such a hit because of the timing of its release, I believe. If you go back to Skyrim now, it feels like a lot of busy work, I think. But Skyrim had a lot of fun exploration to it. You'd walk into one direction, you find a cave, it felt like Elden Ring. You round a corner, you see an interesting landmark, and it makes you curious. So I feel like Skyrim and Elden Ring did quite well in terms of world design. Even though the content wasn't exactly, super compelling. But to this day, I haven't found the joy in exploration that I did as I did with Elden Ring and Skyrim. Oh yeah, the open world, definitely Elden Ring. It's a modern example of how handcrafted maps and world really works. When people shout procedural generation, I always raise an eyebrow because it's not there yet. I'm looking at you, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky, it upgraded a lot, but when they were touting procedural generation as the future, it's not there yet. Like, it's good for some content, but if you do it for everything, or if you do a templated thing, like Ubisoft, you know that, hey, it's another outpost. Let's kill the leader to get that amount of resources with the same animations and same cinematics. And do it 100 times throughout the map. The Ubisoft map checklist was really not the way to go. And yet they still do it. Still by hand? Holy shit. I heard about like Radiant quests and stuff, the randomly generated quests. But you're right. Skyrim, Elden Ring, love and care went into the world design. In fact, I think Skyrim still holds up today. Like, you just walk into one direction and you'll have an adventure. You try to do that in Odyssey, you'll just end up hitting the wall and nothing would have happened. I hear you browbeat the council into letting you do it yourself. Right, I did that. So in summary, Magdalene here is just trying to paint a mural which depicts the truth of what happened in this town. But the council saying, oh no, that's too... The truth is too radical. We should depict something else. We should dumb down the truth. No. They didn't have a chance against me. It took some work, but I convinced them to let me paint the rat house, yes. Haha! Well, it's good to see those stubborn bastards can be moved. God may have made man from dust, but I swear he left some of them with rocks for brains too. I think Hetty's the midwife of the town. I forget. Did you know George was by to check on my hinges? I've had about enough of their silly projects. That Zimmerman boy seems to have a good head on his shoulders though. Everyone keeps trying to set me up with Otts. Once you're settled down with him, you'll have a good life ahead of you. Otts? I do like him. I think we'll learn to love each other. I think I'd rather marry for love, Hetty. It's hard to think of the future right now with what's happened to my dad. We're gonna lean on this trope. Childhood friends, and of course they're saying like, no, yuck, I'm never gonna marry him. But maybe deep down we will. Otts, I'm not going to marry him. Are you sure there are better prospects for you in this town? That's my point. There are no prospects. Don't tell me you'd prefer the Gertner boy. Gertner? I don't plan on having anyone. This also emulates the experience of the 1500s experience of, so when are you getting married? I mean, that still happens today, but of course it's even more magnified in the 1500s. I'd rather leave tasking and see what else is out there. Show me another town in the Empire with 2 local saints and our fresh alpine air. But you are always going to forge another path, just like your mother. I have no use for the world beyond tasking, but I wish you luck in it. Thanks, Hetty. I'll see you later. Until then. See, I totally forgot what I was going to do. Wait, did we get the book? We got the book. Brigitte gave me the copy of Historia Tassie that Martin had stolen when the Baron visited Tassing. She was nervous, but eventually let me keep the book. If the thread puller finds out I have the book, they're gonna try and kill us. I should sit down to read it thoroughly soon. Perhaps I'll learn something during the mural. So that's our evening event. What else can we do? Let's talk to the grandson of the shepherd. He's the current husband of Eva. Oh. Hey, Magdalene. I heard what happened to your dad. How's he doing? Resting. He suffered a severe blow to the head. I'm worried, to say the least. Han sends his regards. Our household is praying for a swift recovery. Thank you, and thank Hans and Jutta as well. Jutta? I will. Klaus has always been such a bedrock of Tassing. I'd hate for him to die. It'd be, uh, um, sorry. He's not going to die. I won't allow it. Do you miss your father? Your real one, I mean. Huh? Who's his real father? Do I miss him? Kind of. I don't remember Joseph all that much. He's become a haze of sorts. A faint echo. A feeling. An occasional emotion. Oof. I was so young when he got killed. Mom said I had trouble understanding what had happened for a long time. Who Joseph? Who's Joseph again? I understand. My mom, she's like an empty hole in my life. I've nothing of her. Ah, yeah. You never even got to see her, right? Not even a memory, huh? Suppose you have yourself for comparison. God molded you after her. Oh, if you think about it like that. I can imagine how she could have been like. Stubborn and unruly, yeah? Heh. I am not stubborn and unruly, which just proves him. If that is what it takes, I don't see people of wealth and power giving the rest of us much headway. But can I know if I'm actually like my mom? All I have are stories from people. Well, you read books, don't you? Stories are about things that are true. But true can mean many different things as well. Books and stories are about a lot of things. Oh, well, I can't read anyway. Would you want to learn? Don't have the time. Work on the farm never ends, especially with the taxes eating at us. Anyway, the winter draws close, so I got a lot of preparations to take care of. I truly hope Klaus recovers soon. God look after you both. Until later, Simon. Wow, there's so many people to talk to. Hello, Magdalene. Hello, Hans. I hope your dad recovers quickly. He's a good man. Dr. Stolz thinks I should prepare myself for the worst. Thank you. I'll tell him you said that. Good. This town has seen too many terrible things, but we've recovered before. Maybe the Lord will return your dad to health too. I pray you're right. Be glad you have this time with him, I say. Wish I'd had as much with Heilwig. I wish I remembered these names. Anyway, I should get back to it. Until later, Hans. What? That's it? Well, since we're here, let's talk to old Peter about the old ways. Hello, Peter. Can I talk to you for a moment? Eh? What's that? I was wondering if you could tell me some of the stories about Tassing. Oh? The old tales, Cough, 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 cough. It's been so damn long since anyone had a thought to ask me about what I know. But there's still a few of the old tales knocking about in this skull. Nice. Are there any myths from even before the Romans came to Tassing? Do you know any Roman legends about? No, we want to ask the shepherd's grandson about Roman legends. We want to ask Il Peter about before the Romans. Are there any myths from even before the Romans came to Tassing? Of course there are. The Romans weren't the first ones to live here, you know. There are spirits older than the saints that live in these woods. Older than the Romans. They protected Tassing before Saint Moritz ever set a blessed foot in town. But Father Tomas says that the only good spirit is the Holy Ghost. Everything else is of the devil. Jeez. I thought spirits only cause trouble, spoiling milk, making livestock sick, things like that. No, Magdalene wasn't raised like that. Magdalene was raised to be very open-minded by her father, and by extension, Andreas Mahler, we gave her a book of the world, so... What sort of spirits? The sort that I'm getting at. Didn't your father teach you patience, Magdalene? Sorry. It's Percha and her wild hunt that scared the the evil ones, away. Wait. Is the name Percha... Wait a minute. Is Percha the one from Slavic mythology? Pagan goddess of the Alps. I don't know. Associated with animals and spinning wool. I remember in Black Book, the name Percha was there as well. Probably, of course, the Wild Hunt from also Slavic myth. But anyway, pagan goddess of the Alps associated with animals and spinning wool. She is still invoked by some Christians in Austria, Switzerland, Bavaria, and Swabia. That's Percha. Then Wild Hunt in Germanic folklore. The Wild Hunt is a supernatural cavalcade of spirits and fiends which may cause destruction or portend war and other catastrophe if not adequately appeased. The Wild Hunt is often led by a legendary figure such as Percha, or the Devil. That's a refresher for history. Mythology. Oh, speaking of Wild Hunt, I totally forgot. Witcher 3 was also another great open world experience. Long before those Romans, our ancestors roamed these mountains under a great chieftain called Raetos. Now, folk weren't as kind as they are now. And the tribes fought one another for the best land. The old chieftain was a yellow-bellied coward who neglected the old gods. They were too proud to make offerings. Because of him, the gods favored other tribes, and the Raetos' people had no land to call their own. Instead, they wandered through the mountains and valleys, hunting and gathering what they could to survive. Cough, cough, cough. One day, when winter was approaching, Raetos went hunting and found a wounded wolf tangled in a trap. But instead of killing the beast, as most men would, he helped the beast and loosed it from its bonds. See, this is also like a commonality. Like, it's one of those fascinating things about Cuban culture and history, how like the commonalities between some myths across different cultures, like which were also like geographically isolated from one another, and yet they still came up with very similar mythologies. It's always been very fascinating to me. This whole thing about passing by a wolf, and do you want to help it or do you want to kill it? I guess it's a very common trope to have. But I guess there's one here as well with our old gods and their myths here in the Alps. But instead of killing the beast, as most men would, he helped the beast and loosed it from its bounds. Was the wolf a spirit in disguise? Why would he do that? Will wolves kill livestock? Carl? told me 2 of his sheep were killed by wolves last month. Sounds like Ratos was a bad chieftain too. Even I know it's foolhardy to let a wolf loose when you're hunting. Was the wolf a spirit in disguise? Of course not. Wolves are wolves, girl. Spirits don't need the skins of animals for their power. Still, you've got the sense of the thing. The old gods are keen to repay favors done, and Perkcha is the goddess of the wild hunt. The wolves are her animals. She leads the wild hunt, and the wolves lead the hunt of the forest. Back in my day, folk knew it was bad luck to kill a wolf. Now, I'm the only one who remembers these things. Perkcha saw Ratos' action and took favor on him, and told the wolf to lead the chief to a sacred spring. Again, see, you help the wolf, and the wolf will lead you to a sacred spring, to a reward, something similar. Ratos led his people to the spring, and claimed it for his homeland. And we've been in this valley ever since. Then those goddamned Romans came and destroyed everything. But you see, there were other gods protecting this place before Saint Moritz. It's why a few of us still honor Perkcha. She protects us against witches and fiends. That's all superstition. All this just sounds like a story told to children. But God protects us from spirits and devils now. We don't need Perkcha. Our salvation is in Christ. You're not raised like that, Magdalene. It's a wonderful story. Perhaps for the first part of the mural. Good, good. Nice to know I can still be of some use in this town. And that's gonna be like Il Peter's legacy. If he's the only one who remembers, at least we got to get that before he passed. That's something I'll always regret, like not getting to know or not getting to know the stories of my grandparents. So, you know, we don't have much time in this world, and now their stories are lost. So it's good that we're able to do this for Il Peter. What about the Romans? Do you know any Roman legends of Tassing? Roman legends? Pah! No, we're gonna have to go to the shepherd's grandson for that. I don't bother with stories from outsiders or tales of gods that aren't our own. The Romans did nothing but conquer our people and destroy this town. We've spent generation after generation building Tassing back up from those days. And still, our traditions keep dying, with no one to carry them on. That's why I want to know, Peter. These stories need to be in the mural. The mural, Fine, fine. But I don't know any of the old Roman shit. Alright. I have a lot to think about. Thank you for sharing your stories with me, Peter. Humph. At least someone wants to listen to me. I'm tired. Talking so much just made my jaw ache. I'll leave you to rest then. God bless you, Peter. Humph. Perkcha bless you. Magdalene. How are the hinges on your doors? Why are they asking about... Fine, I guess. He was asking their little project about hinge. What? Improvement on hinges? This is like new technology, door hinges. Maybe Andres should take a look at them. It's just like the racket or whatever. Install door hinges. I would have asked your father, but, well... Anyway, you wouldn't believe how many people in this town leave their hinges to rust. Ah, okay. Is that something the council is worried about? I didn't realize you had such an interest in ninjas. Let's use your or hedgehog background. Really, George? If you want an excuse to snoop in people's homes, just invite yourself over for supper. That's not. The council is looking after the town. Paul would like to institute a yearly check of all homes in Tashing. Oh, a yearly check. Okay. If they're up to safety standards. What do you think of the idea, George? Well, it's not a bad thing, but I don't see why we need to make it official. You know, that's the thing. You know, the government inspections. It's a thing today, right? Uh, Establishments, buildings, they need that check, that safety standards for restaurants, for elevators, because you know, as much as we want to trust in people, if there are no official checks, there are terrible people who won't keep their elevators maintained and accidents will happen. They're gonna let their safety standards slide. So I guess it is a necessary evil kind of thing. Those door hinges, man. Those door hinges are gonna they need to be lubricated. You never know when a door accident's gonna happen. Well, it's not a bad thing, but I don't see why we need to make it official. Everyone in Tassing helps each other. As I see it, if someone notices a house in disrepair, we all pitch in to fix it. Oh, wouldn't that be nice in a small town? The bigger your population gets, I guess, you know. To do anything else would be unchristian. But if Paul wants to see it through, I'm happy to go along with it. Makes me feel useful, you know? Speaking of, I'd better get back to work. Nice to chat with you, Magda. Oh, right, he got a scar from the revolt. See you later. See you later, George. Everyone has a unique dialogue. I guess we can talk to everyone in town. Hello, Magdalene. How's the mural going? I hope my husband hasn't been bothering you about it too much. Husband? Who's your husband again? It's been so long. Is that a concern? No, the council has left me to work for the most part. I think also something to do with that. Has he said anything to you about it? Ha! Mainly he's relieved that they won't need to make a decision about the matter anymore. Oh, I get George's wife. He runs the farm just fine, but being on the council has made him think he has a say in everything going on in Tassing. Town business is all he talks about these days. Those men are bad influences on each other, if you ask me. Now they're chattering on about a yearly check of the hinges on every door in town. Hinges? Who gives a damn if the hinges on our front door creak? Ah, right. Remember, I chose a tinker background. They're just trying to keep the town in order. The council are just old men looking to feel important. As my tinker background says, to be fair, if your hinges creak, the door's integrity is at stake. Yes, well, I don't need to check every door in my house every year like it's a feast day. If there's a creaky hinge, I'll hear it. Anyway, I think it's good of you to be working on the mural. I wish Artemis and Apollo would take interest in something like that. Speaking of, have you seen them around anywhere? Probably the salt mine. I asked them to look after the chickens, but they've disappeared. I haven't seen them recently, but they like to mess around in the forest. Maybe they wandered off there. This town isn't that big. I don't know where they get to that I can't find them. Father Tomas says they're only so much trouble because I named them after Greek gods. He says those names have power, but I still like them. Besides, Apollo and Artemis were gods of virtues. If anything, they should be more well behaved. Oh, okay. Names do have power, though. Maybe the spirits of the gods are affecting the twins. I don't think anything will stop the twins from going their own way in life, and I want to use your background. Names have only as much power as we allow them to have. Can every Greek name really invoke pagan gods? Words have as much power as we allow them to have. Like, this is going off tangent here, just reminds me of how some problematic groups co-opt terms, steal words, take language from us, twist it and turn it into and poison the well. It's just really sad because then people react to it, stop using those terms and words. But I believe that's precisely what they want to happen. They want to control what you can or can't say. They want to control those words and how much power they have over you. I don't know. I always feel like precisely like this, names, words have only as much power as we allow them to have. Can every word, right, really invoke as much harm and hurt if we let it? Because once innocuous, innocent terms, twisted and poisoned, they win the culture war if we let them have it. So they make us afraid of using words. It's what they want. Anyway, same thing. Names have only as much power as we allow them to have. Can every Greek name really invoke pagan gods? Maybe you're right. Father Tomas spends too much time in his books. Besides, then he'd be in a poor state. Father Tomas the Doubter. Anyway, I better go find those rascals. Good luck on the mural, Magdalene. Thanks, Veronica. Until later. Hello, Magdalene, dear. How are you? How's Klaus? It's hard to know for certain. One day he seems well, and the next I can hardly understand his words. Neither of us is doing well. I'm having trouble coping with the stress. Dad's been hard to understand lately. No, it's hard to know for certain. One day he seems well, and the next I can hardly understand his words. Oh, Magdalene, I'll keep praying for you both. The both of you deserve the best. Life's been hard enough for you already. Please let me know if you need any help around the house. I'd be happy to help. I've never heard anyone so excited to do housework before. Oh, thank you, Clara. That's very kind of you. I've been so busy in the rat house, I've let the house go a bit. Not to worry. I'll come by and help. Besides, then we can chat. And chatter makes chores pass quickly. Or longer. With all my children up and grown, and no husband to take care of anymore, I've got to make myself useful somehow. Oh. Aren't you enjoying it? I heard that Peter was, well, crazy. Peter was the one who helped stir the revolution alongside Otto. He burned down the abbey, or he started the fire. Why bother? You could spend your days relaxing instead of doing chores. Big George is still in the house, though, isn't he? Oh, yes. But he's a grown man with children of his own. He and Veronica are capable of caring for their own household now. Eva is taking care of Otts, and Ursula and Fabian have their own life together. Oh, Ursula ended up with Fabian? They don't need me anymore. Aww. You sound sad. Well, empty nest syndrome? I suppose I am. I thank God that my children are all grown up and prospering. But I do feel there's been something missing in my life. After so many years of tending to them and maintaining a home, I don't know what else to do. Hmm. God did give us the Sabbath to rest, you know. You could always find something new to do. Keep busy by helping Gret in the bakery or something. I understand. I wouldn't know what to do if I couldn't keep working in the printing press. Well, I guess Magdalene's more. You could always find something new to do. Keep busy by helping Gret in the bakery or something. Find a hobby. Travel. I don't like they can. Of course, it's a privilege to have. Hmm. George has been telling me to rest more, but you're right. Yeah, Clara really seems the type to. She needs to be doing something. I'd rather keep busy as long as there's life left in these old bones. Well, that's settled. I'll come over to help around the house soon, alright? I'll see you then, Clara. God bless you, Magdalene. Yay, we got help. Just barging into their bedroom. Everything began. What the hell happened to Andreas? He really burned to death and that's it. What a send-off. So apparently everyone has something to say to Magdalene. So we're just gonna take our time, talk to everyone in town. Just ease yourselves back into the story. It has been 3 weeks after all. Almost 3 weeks. Hello, Magdalene. How is Klaus? Resi and I are very worried. I think Resi is the one Andreas Mahler encouraged Endris to return to. So I hope he found a happy marriage. Resi and I are very worried. No, let's try to maintain. Or I know the doctor wasn't very optimistic, but alive, and that's what matters. Did you discover who attacked him? No. Whoever it was, they left no sign. They left a note, Magdalene. Terrible crime. Terrible. We found the note. May God look after you both. We've had enough tragedy in this town. And Andreas Mahler did mention the notes to some people in town, I think. Fortunately, Dr. Stolz appears to have found his purpose. Really? He's so dour all of the time. I remember him being so sad when I was a girl. Ha! You're still a girl. He was once the picture of arrogance. Masked a sadness, I think. Like to talk about how he was destined for better places than this backwater alpine town. How he was meant for the courts of kings. No longer. He grew up. What changed? Did the revolt change him? Changed everyone. It was the aristocrats and the noblemen that massacred all those peasants. So perhaps that's what, for someone who always dreamed of rubbing elbows with the rich and famous, he was probably like, well, fuck. They killed the people in this town, killed a lot of people. I'll help them. Changed everyone. But he's the one who saw the bodies. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like he once kept saying, I don't care about this town. I want to be with the nobles in court. And then the nobles in court massacre your neighbors and you're the one who has to deal with the bodies. That could definitely change a man. But he's the one who saw the bodies. He's not a heartless man, Magdalene. He deserves our compassion. But I shouldn't gossip. Andres has always been doing this since the beginning. I shouldn't gossip, but let me tell you some tea. Ever since the beginning with Andreas Mahler. If there's anything Resi and I can do for you, let us know. I will. Thank you for your kindness, Endris. It's nothing. I owe your father more than I can say. Take care, Magdalene. Oh, I'm happy for these two. They were obviously like former priest, former nun. I think they left their respective orders and got married. There, Sister Matilda and Brother Wodslav. Now just Matilda and Wodslav. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Matilda. Hello, Wodslav. How are you two? Very well. The Lord has blessed us more than we deserve. And how are you, Magdalene? I was worried with you keeping the house and the workshop all on your own. Let me bring by some soup for you and your father. I wouldn't want to impose. Dad would love that. I've already had a moment to cook a hot meal. Dad would love that. I've hardly had a moment to cook a hot meal. Between your father, the shop, and the mural, I'm surprised you're not dead on your feet. He's very lucky to have such a devoted daughter. Bonderkine, welcome in. We're just easing ourselves back this year with some Pentiment today. Feeling weird not having streamed for like weeks, but welcome in. Ponderkind, everyone. Such a lovely, chill streamer just to hang out with. I always love hanging out at Ponderkind streams. Go check them out. Always lovely. Always a cutie. Thank you so much, Ponderkind. But yeah, this is Pentiment, and we are in the last act. So, I'm not sure if you're planning to play this game for yourself. Anytime, Ponder. In fact, like, I aspire to be as kind and generous in spirit as you are on your streams. Thank you so much. It's always such a treat just hanging out with everyone in chat on your streams. So go ahead and check out Ponderkind for anyone who may be there, chat. Always very grateful. But yeah, this is Pentiment. If you are into like visual novels and stuff, and if you like Obsidian Entertainment's games, Obsidian did some really great RPGs in the past. This is their like most visual novel-esque game. It's on Game Pass. It got a lot of great reviews. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but major spoilers ahead. We are in the final acts, and yes, they are no longer in. They are no longer men and women of the cloth. So they hinted at this in a previous act, and I'm like, oh, are they gonna end up together? And hey, see this little detail. They never outright tell you, right? Like they don't dump exposition in you saying, hey, it's been so great since we left the order and got married. They don't like dump that exposition on you because they assume you as Magda, a local in the town, you already know that. So it's up to you as the player to make the connection. Like, yo, why aren't they wearing their frocks and habits? Why aren't we addressing them as sister and brother? Ah, because that time. Yeah, right? So it's one of those things. Walter White, welcome in. Oh man, we have Walter White in the chat. How's it going, Professor? Welcome in. Mr. Walter White. Yeah, welcome in. You just caught us. We're in the final act. I guess you finished this game already. It's our first playthrough. I am enjoying it. I will say I didn't expect it to be this heavy as a visual novel coming from Obsidian's other games, but I'm enjoying the experience. Recently on the stream, we've kind of ended up with a visual novel slot. I am a variety streamer, by the way. Welcome in. And we play a wide variety of games, especially if they're story rich. So visual novels have kind of been piling up, and I guess this is one of them. And it's a fun journey so far. We are in the final act though, Ponder, so yeah, spoilers beware. Exactly. Heisenberg. I will admit, however, I need to finish Breaking Bad. I know. It's one of those things that, oh my god, you've never watched Breaking Bad? I'm getting there. It's like how I've never finished The Witcher 3 Blood and Wine, right? I know they're masterpieces. I've seen some episodes. I've played most of The Witcher 3, but I just need to be in the mood to finish your journey, Mr. Heisenberg. And exactly, it's a pretty heavy show. But it's one of those things where I need the stars need to be aligned. I need to be in the right frame of mind to finish The Witcher 3 for good and finish Breaking Bad. But right now, we have so many games to play, and more games are coming out this week. It's pretty crazy. And all the spin-offs, right? Better Call Saul, that just finished also. So yeah, it's quite the journey. Uh, but yeah, this is Matilda. He's very lucky to have such a devoted daughter. Who's he talking about? I'm sorry, I wasn't. Ah, right, us. She's calling us a dot. Yeah, the she's talking about us. And before you worry about imposing, you're not. Taking care of our neighbors is how Tilda and I serve tasking. Oh, they call her Tilda now. I remember brother, what's his name? The abbot in the previous act, when Wodslav called her Matilda, the abbot, of course, raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother Wodslav, she is Sister Matilda." And that's when I knew, this brother and this nun, they got something going. So I'm happy for them. It reminds you of my exactly what happened with one of our teachers in school. He was a brother, and eventually he found love, and there's no shame in that. He left the order on good terms, and got married, and is very happy now. Taking care of our neighbors is how Tilda and I serve Tassing. Our vocation may have changed. Okay, they did give us exposition dump, but it's not like this game's not. It doesn't really hit your head over the things with like. It still feels organic in this conversation. Our vocation may have changed, but our gratitude to God and the town has not. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't mean that you're no longer a nun or no longer a brother. You could still help people, right? Like even if you don't believe, that's exactly what Jesus was just wanting everyone to do. You just be good to people. Just be good to each other, please. Like you don't have to believe, just be good. You've always been so dedicated to the town. It's hard to imagine you two ever lived in the Abbey. No, you've always been so dedicated to the town. Your neighbors took care of us in difficult times. Ha! Sometimes those days feel like another lifetime. A harder time, to be sure. Right. German Peasant Revolution. Yeah, exactly, Ponder. Just that's how it is. And it's just unfortunate that it can some people can be very extreme about it, and they just use it. They swing the Bible around, whether it's the Bible or whatever. They swing their beliefs around simply because they just want people to hear what they have to say. Anyway, that's it. Just be kind to each other. Be kind to your neighbors. Everything that you say at the end of each of your streams, Ponder. That is exactly it. Whether you're God-fearing or not. More people need to be able to do that. Life feels pretty hard now. I thought the Abbey was better off than the town in those years. Were the Benedictines anything like the Poor Clares? So the Poor Clares are the new... They all left. The Benedictines left after the revolt and when the Abbey burned down. And now the Poor Clares moved in. They are an order of contemplative... I love this, by the way. When games give you this, like, what are the Poor Clares? Boop. It's an order of contemplative nuns founded by Saints Clare and Francis of Assisi. Familiar names. As the name suggests, the Poor Clares are devoted to extreme poverty. They subsist purely on the donation of alms. I don't want to bring up, like, I thought the Abbey was better off than the town. Because the Abbey was... Well, maybe we do want to bring that up. No, that is a point of tension because uh, a lot of things built up. A lot of the peasants were frustrated by the taxes and the restrictions imposed by the church, which were becoming too unreasonable, which is why, of course, the peasants demanded better rights, better treatment, lower taxes, as these things go. So, and things ended poorly. Let's just go. Were there Benedictines anything like the poor Claris? We lived simple lives of devotion, but oh yes, Ponder. This is, I guess you'd classify it as historical fiction. So that's what drew me into this game in the beginning. As you can see, it's oh my god, see how the cat is medieval cat is grooming itself. It is designed like an illustrated manuscript, and it is historical fiction set in 1500s Bavaria. So it's a tumultuous time of change in this region. So I found it very fascinating. So you're like smack dab in the middle of the German peasant revolution, where you know a lot of people were fighting for reforms against the church. Ironically, it was Martin Luther's teachings about indulgences, indulgencia. I'm sure you've heard a lot about that for us as growing up here. Payment for salvation. Martin Luther was speaking out against that, and a lot of people believed in his writings and stuff. So there was a big plot twist historically where eventually the peasants got really riled up. They got violent. They started revolting all around Germany, and Martin Luther actually spoke out against the violence and sided with the aristocrats and the nobility, who put up their men at arms and put down the peasants. So it's like, yo, Martin Luther, thanks for allowing us to like demand that the church be better and not demand payment for our salvation. Thanks, Martin Luther. We're gonna read your book. And later on, it's like Martin Luther's like, yo, you're getting too violent. You're killing people. I don't condone this. Sorry. And then that, like, apparently more than 300,000 peasants, according to Wiki. Wiki's not a reliable source, by the way. Check your sources, people. But according to Wiki, according to a quick wiki, I didn't know anything about this, by the way. I just learned all of this about it. I just learned all of it from this game. Like, I'm not exactly the most well-read in terms of history like this. So this game is actually very educational, I would say. And it got me curious. And the quick wiki in Google did show that more than 300,000 peasants were like massacred. They had no chance. They had absolutely no chance against the nobility and their men at arms. So it is wild. And this is a very personal story with that as the backdrop, which is why I find it very intriguing. And of course, medieval cats are my jam. We lived simple lives of devotion, but not that simple. I mean, yeah, opulent the church can get. I'm given to understand they don't make art in the convent now. Such a shame in that beautiful workshop. In any case, a nun's vows include dedication to a simple life with all the challenges that entails. But I struggled with my vows, my discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. Now I wonder what happened to... There's another sister. I don't know what happened to her. I don't know if we're gonna meet her again. I hope she was able to leave the convent. Or maybe she had a change of heart. Long story short, she was kind of forced by her family and sold to the convent to grant the family favor. Because her family paid a lot to the convent. They were donors of the convent. And so they're like, hey, we have this daughter here. She's not doing anything. Let's send her to the convent. So, of course, she's like, oh my god. I loved her, though. Like, in the previous acts, you get to, like, interact with her. And she's like, fuck this. I don't want to be here. Which is great. It's great. Because, these people are very devout. but they're also very human. So I'm really actually very happy how they portrayed the priests and the nuns here. And for more reasons that I'm not gonna spoil, they really explored different facets of, you know, how life was like for them in the 1600s. And of course, you come into this understanding that yes, this is the 1500s. People, a lot of people here are God fearing and they don't have much to explain in terms of science and philosophy and all that, but they still treat it with respect. Because I must admit, I'm not exactly a devout believer, but I did grow up in Catholic schools with a Christian upbringing. I knew a lot of priests, mostly Jesuits, who were very good people. But I also understand how a lot of people can raise their eyebrows with any game which highlight the church. Because usually, especially in Japanese media, I noticed, almost always the church is the bad guy, right? Almost always in any form of media we see, it's always the religious zealots. Of course, religious zealots are bad, extremists are bad, but whenever religious groups or the church is depicted in these sources of media, you're always expecting them to be like corrupt, sinful, terrible people, and they're almost always the bad guy. But here, even if yes, they were overtaxing the people and they were imposing many restrictions, what I loved is that you spent an equal time interacting with the people in the church and interacting with people in the town, and they became part of this, the people that embody Tassing, that embody Kearsaw Abbey. You couldn't separate one from the other. They were all human, and they all have their different quirks and personalities. They're all quite well written, and none of them were really like one dimensional. It's not like church is bad, overtaxing people, and you start to talk to them from the church, and they give their perspective of everything. It's great. They didn't go the typical route, as I said, with how things typically go. It's like the church is depicted as always all bad. So I really got interested in this game because in this game you do have the option to speak out or slander the church every opportunity you get. The game provides that option to you. You can be like very devout and say, God bless you, God wills it, God everything, whatever. And you can also say, fuck it, God isn't real, I don't care about you. Or you respect their beliefs as long as they're not using it to harm other people. Stuff like that. It's different layers. Anyway, that's it for my little TED talk. But I struggled with my vows, my discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. I broke my vows, as did Wojslav. Okay. Okay, I love that we got this. It's like a hedgehog, right? Or porcupine? I don't know. In our character creation for Magdalene, we chose barbed wit, but I always choose that, but not this. My God, Matilda, was there no one else? No. You fell in love. We did. Well, I seduced her. Okay, now they're getting into it. You certainly did not. Are you telling me, young Magda here, that you seduced me then? I never asked, Wojslav. Wojslav, please. Haha. So you left the abbey. Though no one learned of what we did, the matter ate at my heart. That and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, and rightly so. I'm so happy for Magda, because, well, again, big spoilers, something happened to Magda involving major characters in the first act, so I'm really happy that she's found happiness now with Wojslav. That and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, and rightly so. We all must account for our sins, Magdalene. I was afraid I would account for mine sooner than I thought. Those were the hardest years of my life. I repented and prayed to God to absolve me. But the Lord always provides, even in the darkest days. The Abbey's destruction gave us a second chance. I can't imagine the townsfolk were too happy to let you stay. It must be strange to lead that life after so long. It must have been incredibly difficult. It must be strange to leave that life after so long. Huh. Well, I will admit, it's been strange not being able to enter the convent. I miss the sisters terribly some days, but truthfully, it's been a relief not to be constrained by my vows. The Lord forgives more readily than man, Magdalene. Yeah, see, it's one of those things. If, well, based on what I learned and grew up with, the Lord is the type to be like, oh, you can't keep it in? Sure, you just leave the order. It's totally fine. Hope you're happy and you help your people and you continue to love others. Like, I don't care. Or no, I care about you. Compared to like people condemning her for like, oh, you can't keep to your vows, sister. Shame on you, shame. Or the Lord would be pretty chill about it and be like, yo, okay, maybe this life isn't right for you. Good luck. I wish you all the best. And he'll always be there for you. See, that's the point of it. The Lord forgives more readily than man, Magdalene. Never think that you must remain in a place that causes you to sin, even if others think it godly. Oh, yes! Yes! Never think that you must remain in a place that causes you to sin, even if others think it godly. Applies to so many things. I'm glad you two are finally able to live life together. You both deserve it. Only by the grace of God are we in this life together. And yeah, see, they wouldn't have met if they weren't in the convent and the church and the abbey. May it be many more years before we part. God willing. Anyway, Magdalene, I'll send that soup over to you shortly. Andreas Mahler was the one saying God bless you to everyone. So maybe Magdalene's like, God bless you both. God bless you, Magdalene. Magda. God bless. Yay, they're happy. Who's this? Elsa. Ah, right, Elsa. Her abusive husband was forced to flee town, and she's so much happier now. Magdalene, dear, see, she's smiling. She's smiling. When she was still with her abusive husband, her art was always super sad. Anna. Who's Anna again? Well, one of the children grown up. This is a generational game, so we weren't even born in the first act. A character now. Good day, Magdalene. Aw, Andreas, named after Andreas Mahler. Hi. How is your father? He's doing better, I think. Someone tried to murder my father. We're lucky to have Dr. Stolz in Tassing. He's a hard worker. May God bless Klaus with a speedy recovery. May he be gracious. How are you two? I am delighted to enjoy another beautiful autumn day. I'm just glad to be sitting down for a moment. I'm so tired. Wrong dry. Andreas and Ulrich can wear down even the most vigorous person. Not even young Otts could keep up with these two. The blessing and the curse of small children. Mom! Ulrich? Ulrich? Is she alright? Oh, yes. She wanted to run off and hide so I could find her. After I've caught my breath for a moment. Oh, she's still hiding. I don't think she appreciates me taking this long. You're not playing along, Andreas? Hiding like your sister? No. This young man won't lose sight of his mom. Oof. Say, Magdalene, could you perhaps go find Ulrich in my stead? I'm trying to remember who the hell's Anna. Uh, of course, I'd be delighted. Wonderful. She's somewhere in town, although I'm not sure where by now. She ran up the street towards a bakery. I imagine you can find her by the giggling. I'll be off then. Random side quest. If you find Ulrich, please send her back here, will you, dear? Ulrich. Okay. God bless you, Magdalene. Magdalene. Let's talk to them after we find. Ressie! Hello, Mistress Struckerin. She's new, well, fairly new in town, I think. How is Klaus? Andres and I have been terribly worried. Everyone's asking about my dad, obviously. Dad's spirits are high, but he still gets headaches and spells of dizziness. If there's anything we can help you with, let us know. Andres is always ready to provide. He and Klaus have been friends for a long time. My thanks to you both, we're certainly grateful. If you don't mind, you weren't born in Tassing, am I right? No. I am originally from Innsbruck. Yes, so Andres did meet Ressie after we encouraged him to do so as Andreas Mahler. I'm happy. This is really just one big epilogue. It's like, hey, you did this in Act 1 and 2. This is what happened in Act 3. Capital of the Austrian county of Tyrol and major stop on the Imperial Road connecting Italy and Bavaria. It is the closest major city to Kersau Abbey and Tassing. Notably, it was also the site of witch trials in 1485. Innsbruck. How did you arrive here? The twists of Providence are sudden and unpredictable. I was but a young girl, selling all manner of wares on the market, pots and the like. She is the pot lady. One day, this man appears to the stall, all jitters and nerves, stammering over his words, but charming in a way. We spoke at length. I was intrigued and soon enamored, as if a candle had been lit. Andres is a man of talent and means, after all, blessed with a kind soul. Do you have any regrets coming here? How did it feel to leave home for someone, somewhere far away? Uprooting yourself from the life you had? Magdalene would like to know. Frightening, to be sure, leaving Innsbruck, my friends and family behind. But it was exciting as well, going off to find new opportunities and build a new life. There wasn't much I had to look forward to in Innsbruck. Few prospects for a poor girl. I couldn't see myself sitting at the market, continuing to sell odds and ends. Sometimes, there are risks we just have to take. Matthew, welcome back. Happy New Year to you, and thank you for subscribing for 14 months. We're just getting back into the new year, just first stream of the year. We're having a late night stream right now, just getting used to streaming again. Great to see you. Thank you so much for that subscription. We are in Act 3 of Pentiment. I'm not sure if you finished it yourself, but I don't know if we're going to finish it by this session, but we are in the final act. So it's been very... nothing much is happening yet, except for the fact that we have to solve an attempted murder. But we're also getting to know the people in the town. This is a consequence for what we did in the previous act, and I'm happy. Sometimes there are risks we just have to take. Magdalene can really relate to this. I'm still unsure. You can't actually know how life would have turned out had you stayed in Innsbruck. That's very inspiring, Resi. I'm glad you found happiness here. We all struggle in this world, but the moments of joy outweigh the bad. It's how God has set the world. His benevolence guiding us through it all. I feel I've been blessed, and it's not been all bad for Endris either. I assist him with the bookkeeping side of the smithy and other things. Uh-huh. Thank you for telling me about your past. I hope I've also made the right choices so far. I can't tell you the answer, but I do know what what you're doing at the rat house is admirable. Don't forget you are important as well and deserve to live your life. Alright, I have to assist Endris with a few things. Be well, Magdalene. Until later, Therese. Oh, no wonder why she's Resi. Therese. Good morning, Mr. Struckerin. Hide and seek. Wow, that is fast. Ulrich. Aha! There you are. You found me. Bet you can't find me again. Oh god, it's one of these quests. Bet you can't find me again, Mag. We're gonna go around town anyway. I can smell the anise on the breeze. It reminds you. Anise is a flower? Oh, right. Anise, yeah. Okay, sorry. I was just thinking of Nikkei. There's a Nikkei named Anise. Dad always bought anise cakes from Gret to help soothe my stomach when I was ill. Magdalene, darling. Good morning, Gret. It smells heavenly in here. Oh, I've just finished rolling out some raisin bread. I thought that Andreas and Ulrich could use a treat today. Oh, what a sweet idea. Any special occasion? Aren't you worried about spoiling them? Any special occasion? Oh, not really. I didn't want the raisins to go to waste. Oh, I love raisins. Besides, I like to drop in on Anna and see my grandchildren. Oh, right. Okay, Anna's her kid. I'm more blessed than I ever imagined I would be. Paul and Anna make such a lovely pair. She ended up with Paul. Paul the artist. Paul was the aspiring artist kid. He's now in the council. And he and his mother were able to escape. Well, they were saved from their abusive father. So that's great. Ulrich wouldn't believe his eyes if he saw us now. I wish he could see his grandchildren. Ulrich is just her husband, late husband. He was killed during the revolt. By accident, unfortunately. I'm sure he's rejoicing with all the saints in heaven. I did always think it was strange that your daughter married the son of the man who killed your husband. I was thinking that, but I'm not gonna say it. I did always think it was strange that your daughter married the son of the man who killed your husband. Obviously not. I'm sorry that a sacrifice was what was needed to bring your families together. What would Magdalene say? Oh. Well, we're trying to stay positive, especially for her father, so I'm sure he's rejoicing with all the saints in heaven, Gret. I do hope so. It was never much for emotional displays, but I still remember his joy when Anna was born. You know, I was angry when Anna first took a liking to young Paul. Well, it wasn't Paul's fault. He was always a quiet boy, but I was afraid he'd turn out like his father. Well, I needn't have worried. Paul is a good man and a good father. He's built this town back up from what it was. And Elsa dotes on those children more than I do. She's certainly come a long way from the meek woman I met. Actually, have you seen Ulrich? Elsa sent me to look for her. We're playing hide and seek. Really? She seems so kind, though. I can't imagine her as anything else. Well, Magdalene was too young to know, but Elsa was really not happy in her marriage. Well, I think not having to live with Lenhart helps. Oh, did Anna grow? Did Magdalene grow up to know Lenhart? Anyway, let's not bring up the sore bits of the past. Actually, have you seen Ulrich? Elsa sent me to look for her playing hide and seek. Well, I may have heard some giggling on the north side of the commons a little while ago. But I won't go spoiling her fun. I've been chatting too long. My toes need tending. Please excuse me, Magdalene. Of course, Gret. Until later. So many people. Okay. Well, there are not too many people, but they have a lot to say. Carl. Good day, Mistress Dreckerin. The clock made by the Rat House is the biggest building in Tassing. Baltus's clock. Baltus, we're actually apprenticing under Baltus, which I found a really interesting background. The clock took ages to build in place. You know, speaking of which, I forgot my character. Wait. Il Peter told me a story about our ancestors. Right, that is my objective. I'm supposed to get leads on the early history. I got distracted. Il Peter told me a story about our ancestors and how they found Tassing. Ratus was a lord or a chieftain among our people. During a hunt, he found a wolf, but he noticed the wolf's paw was injured by a trap. He spared the wolf's life, and the goddess Perkcha used the wolf to guide Ratus and his people to Tassing Spring. The tribe settled in this valley and lived here until the Romans came. And then the Romans attacked. It's more myth than history, but it certainly makes for a nice story. Ulrich Müllerin is a daughter of Anna and Paul Müller. Oh my god. We haven't even started on the mural. That's basically Act 3. Maybe we're gonna find out who the thread puller is at the end. But he was willing to kill our father for wanting to depict the true events of this town. Like, who does that? Historical revisionists, I guess. Anyway. Well, actually, a lot of people would do that. Kill you for trying to speak the truth or portray the truth. Hello, Magdalene. How are you? I like this guy's development. I've been better. I understand. I'm sorry. I can't offer you and your father more than I am already. For what it's worth, though Klaus and I haven't always seen eye to eye, I've always respected him. Why are you talking about him like he's already dead? Dad respects you as well. Then you shouldn't argue with him about the mural. Trust us to know what we're doing. Sure, let's be slightly petty about it. Yeah, then you shouldn't argue with him about the mural. Trust us to know what we're doing. You already know it's not that simple. The mural will tell the tale of Tassing for generations. Dad knows that. I know that. We're both serious about our craft. Exactly. That's why it's important for art to tell the truth. God knows the truth. Men only have interpretation. You must be careful with yours. What, are you the thread puller? Are you the mastermind? Oh, we say it anyway. Dad knows that I know that we're both serious about our craft. You're just as stubborn as he is. Let's add some drama and spice to this. I know you wish it wasn't me. What I wish doesn't matter. God evidently had other plans. Why am I like imagining Alan Rickman now? All the same, the council does not want to regret their lenience. The council or you? You all have so little faith in me, but I'll prove you wrong. I'll make Tassing proud. The council or you? Yeah. What do you like? We want a barb? Nah. You all have so little faith in me, but I'll prove you wrong. I will make Tassing proud. That remains to be seen. Go on then. I've patience to attend to. Until later. I remember the scene when everyone was like suggesting, or they're beating around the bush. They didn't want to say that they, everyone thought, oh, Magdalene, she won't be able to handle that painting. Either because she's a girl or because she's not up to the task. Everyone was like beating around the bush, trying to suggest someone else to continue the mural. But I'm like, I know what you're all thinking. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Hello, Magdalene. Ulrich, I think we need to... Good effort. Got you. Oh, you found me again. Wait here. I will find better spot. No! The third one's usually the hardest to find, right? In these kinds of quests. Ciao, Magdalene. Baldur's workshop. I wonder if we can do another lesson too soon. How are you doing, Balthasar? I already talked to you. I'm pretty sure Balthasar, there's something going on between Balthasar and Naziu. Well, they are inventing things together, right? Okay. My god, who else do we have to talk to? Oh, look! Oh, so Kraft is the... Wait, are you the son of Lucky? Well, you're doing like your father did, or grandfather. I don't even remember who Kraft is. Oh no, this is the midwife. Agnes is the midwife. Good morning, Magdalene. Brisk weather today, isn't it? And still, Kraft is out there, working with Father Tomas to repair the church. I worry about that boy sometimes. He works the stone, but I'm not always sure he has his mind set on it. Masonry is a good trade. Everyone needs a stonemason now and then to repair things. He's working hard to mend the holes his father made in Tassing. Do we want to put it that way? And what holes did his father make? Lucky was a good stonemason, right? That's if Lucky is the father. I don't think... No. Lucky lost his children. Who's Kraft? Masonry is a good trade. Everyone needs a stonemason now and then to repair things. That they do. Lucky always harped on about how being honest and trustworthy is the most valuable currency. Yeah, okay, so that is his son. How in this life, hard work and reputation matter the most. Kraft has taken that to heart, I think. He does a lot of good for the town. I've offered to find an apprenticeship for him, But he won't make his damn mind up. He deserves a chance at the life he wants. He's lived in his father's shadow for too long. He's a good man, Agnes. You should be proud. Thank you, Magdalene. I've done my best for my household, despite what's happened in the past few decades. Well, you didn't come here to hear me ramble on about my family. What can I do for you? I thought you might have some additional remedies for my father. Verna's not enough? I understand Klaus's condition is dire, but I thought Verna would be able to provide something. I know it won't save him, but I still want to try everything I can. Every little bit helps, I understand. Let me see what I can whip up. I can't promise anything, but God willing, I pray it provides some small help. Thank you, Agnes. I should ask Sister Gertrude while I'm at it. Of course, Magdalene. Take care. Who else? Okay, we talked to... Okay, we talked to everyone in the farms west, farms south. Ah! What's the objective at the... Oh, right. The lead with... Before we go to the church in Druckers. Let's finish up in town. Fabian and Ursula are together. Ots! Hey, Mags. Keep telling him not to call me that. Got your way with the mural, huh? I didn't expect you to convince the council like that. I can be pretty stubborn when I want to, Ots. You think that little of me? Let's use your background here. And I didn't expect the town to pick a half-wit like you for the council. So I guess we're all disappointed. Jesus, Mags. I meant it as a compliment. The rest of the council has been arguing over the matter for so long, even I couldn't get a word in. Then you come in and shut them up in a few minutes. We could use more women like you in the town. What do you mean by that, Ots? There are plenty of opinionated women in town. Want to let us join the council? Well, you'd have to take that up with the Lord. Lord with a small L. Besides, I don't think any of them are as hard-headed as you. You're the exception, Magdalene. You always are. Is he trying to compliment me? You really think so? Clearly, you've forgotten about Agnes. She doesn't suffer fools gladly. Yeah, Agnes deserves to be in the council. That's not what I meant. She's not... Oh, never mind. Forget about it. I think he was trying to compliment us. Anyway, standing up to the council like that was great. I know I'm on the council, but sometimes it doesn't seem like I have any influence. You do, though. You vouched for me to do the mural in the first place. Oh, did he? I don't remember anymore. Well, you are the youngest member of the council. The others have much more life experience. Maybe that's a good thing. You waste all of your time with Kraft and Apollo anyway. Troublemakers in town. Otz actually seems insecure about his place in the council. He may be an ass sometimes, but I don't like to see him so upset. Oh, so I'm just being a tsundere around him. He's always poking fun at me too. Maybe I should remind him he's not that important after all. I think I already did that enough. Let's do, we're childhood friends. Maybe we have a soft spot for him after all. Me may be an ass sometimes, but I don't like to see him so upset. Maybe I should reassure him. Okay, if he did vouch for us, I thank him for that. You do, though. You vouched for me to do the mural in the first place. Only after your dad did. I still feel bad about that. I should have stuck up for you. Being the youngest one in the council has been harder than I thought. I know Baltas and Werner don't think I'm capable, and even Paul has warned me about being too rash. My dad tried to make a difference. Oh, right, because, yeah, my dad died trying to make a difference in this town. So they're thinking, oh no, his son is going to be another revolutionary. So yeah, my dad died trying to make a difference in this town. All I'm trying to do is carry on his legacy. But it seems like the others won't make room for any change. The thread puller. I don't think anything is going to change for the better in this town. It's stuck in its ways. You sound like my dad. He always said that the council was scared of doing anything important. Keep pushing, Otts. They're stuck in the past, while we're looking toward the future of Tassing. Maybe that's one thing we can agree, both of us can agree on. They're stuck in the past, while we're looking toward the future of Tassing. Thanks, Mags. Magdalene, thank you. It'll take time, but maybe they'll listen to me eventually. Well, better get back to it. See you later, Mags. Magdalene, stop calling me Mags. Alright, let's talk to Blacktail after we talk to Eva. Christina, Magda. Hello, Eva. Magda, darling. Otts isn't here, I'm afraid. Yeah, he's just right outside. I wasn't looking for him. Oh, alright. Everyone thinks I'm gonna end up with him. Oh, that's alright. I can find him later if I need to. I think he wandered off toward the rat house. We just talked to him. Something about the council, but if you ask me, I think he's looking for you. That's sweet of him. He has been dropping by the rat house more often as of late. Doesn't he do any real work? I'm sorry to disappoint him. Well, he'll recover once he learns you've dropped by. He's always working on town council business these days, and he's still working at mastering carpentry too. I suggested a few years ago that he take up an apprenticeship, but he was determined to remain in Tassing. I think he's more comfortable here, even if that means he'll never be the craftsman Otto was. I help him how I can, but there's only so much I know how to do. Besides, I think he feels like he's taking care of me, instead of the other way around. Funny how time does that. True. It's good of him to stay. I would worry that you'd be lonely otherwise. I think Dad misses Mom. Even after all these years, do you ever miss Otto? Do we want to bring that up? She's already newly married to this new guy. I would jump at the chance to leave Tassing if it didn't mean Dad would be left alone. I imagine Otts felt the same. That might make her feel guilty. But these two might make her feel guilty. It's like, he's just here because of you. Well, that's not a bad thing either. It's good for him to say. I would worry that you'd be lonely otherwise. Oh, even if he had gone, I wouldn't be alone. Oh, that's true. I have Mom and George and the rest of the family to help take care of. Besides, they keep me busy. I'll never want for anything with Otts and the community here in Tassing. I miss my husband, but I'm proud of Otts. He's growing into a capable young man. I'm excited to see him grow into a husband and father. He'll make a wonderful partner. I'm trying to sell him to me now. If he ever grows up, that is. He still acts like a boy half the time. Or do we say, whoever he marries will be a lucky woman? And she's gonna be like, is it not gonna be you? Let's go with this. I guess she already knows we can be like this. If he ever grows up, that is. He still acts like a boy half the time. Oh, that's the way of men. The Lord gave them lofty spirits that need to exert themselves. Give it time, Magdalene, you'll see. All men are tempered by marriage. If you say so. Anyway, I'm sure you have things to do. I'll let you get back to them. Always good to see you, Magda. You too, Eva. Alright, give us the deets, Black Till. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Till. Do you have a moment? Of course. What do you need? Art says you've been obsessed with your painting. Hey, I have other interests too. Art is just jealous that I spend more time with the mural than I do with him. I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town. Ah, fertile fields, that is. Seemed like old potsherds and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All of Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though. And you know what happened there? Poof! Up in smoke. I remember I was there. So you don't have any of his old books? Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell on hard times, but they were too expensive. But I can show you something better than books. Anything would help. Don't keep me in suspense. Evidence? Something like that. You see, we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looks to be an old forge, mountains of salt. Even found a little bear carved from amber. Where are you keeping these things? Where did you find all this stuff? It's not just me. Carl finds things. Carl! Fabian! Husband of Ursula. Ursula, who we failed to convert to the old ways. Fabian too. Any farmer would tell you the same. It's all out there in the fields, under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something. Where are you keeping these things? Nowhere. We just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. Ah! The town's history. Sure, it's interesting. But we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it. What do you think it all means? I don't follow. What do you think they were like? Where do you think they all went? How do you think these people lived? Okay, what do you think they were like? Huh. I guess I never really thought about it. They seem like regular people. Their, remains all look like ours. Tools and weapons are rougher, but not badly made. The little carvings and ceramic critters aren't so different from the things Eva made for Odds. Huh. I suppose I expected them to be more strange. Because they weren't Christians? No doubt they were coarse, but they don't seem especially violent. Not like the church says. Not so different from today, really. This has been a big help. This pagan history wasn't really what I expected. Earlier you mentioned something about salt. Did the pagans start the mine?
Had to have, I'd say. Most people think it was a Roman project, but I think the Romans just dug out what was already there. That's why tassing was so important to the Romans in the first place. Salt.
Well, yeah, that's why they did that's why they attacked. I'd always wondered why they'd settled in such a small alpine town. So, tassing wasn't just on the Imperial Road. They made the road come through tassing. The Imperial Road, also called the Via Imperii. The Imperial Road... Imperii? The Imperial Road links Venice in the south with Stettin on the Baltic Sea in the north. It passes through Verona, Innsbruck, Nuremberg, and many other cities along the way. It also brings thousands of travelers to Tassing and Kearsarge every year. I wonder if it still exists. The Via Imperii. What is it now? So Tassing wasn't just on the Imperial Road. They made the road come through Tassing. Do you think there's anything left of the pagans down there?
I don't know. But anything they left would have to be better preserved than what we dig out of the fields. Magdalene, tell me you aren't thinking of going down there?
I am definitely not thinking of going down there. What if there's stuff that could help me with the mural?
Magdalene! That mine is hundreds of years old. You could break your neck just getting in there.
Foreshadowing much. This will be remembered. Oh no! Well, if something happens to me, at least he knows where I might have gone. It's worth it for the mural. I want to try my best for Dad. This will be remembered.
Imagine how your dad would feel if you got hurt.
Oh. Persuade Blacktail to help you with the mine. Oh, good. We chose correctly. We are dedicated to the mural success, and we wanted Dad to be proud of the mural.
Then help me get down safely, and he won't have to worry.
Ta-da!
You're bullheaded, just like your mother. And your father. Probably couldn't keep you out of there if I tried.
Please tell.
Alright. Don't know how to get down there myself, but I know those twins have got in a time or two. No doubt they have a trick.
Right, Apollo and Artemis.
And Baltas might not be the most reliable man, but I don't doubt he could rig something up for you too.
Right, we could get a device from Baltas. Then talk to the twins. I promise I'll be careful.
I'm holding you to that, young lady.
This has been a big help.
Glad to spread some knowledge around. Important for folks to know their past. You think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring some of the things the boys and I have found over to the rat house tomorrow, if that'd help at all.
Oh yeah! That would be great.
I'm glad you're taking an interest, Magdalene. I thought no one cared about the pagans but me and Granddad.
You should talk to Ilpeter.
I should warn you. If you do head into the forest, keep an eye out for the Lord's men.
Uh-oh.
They're strict. Worse now than they used to be.
Well, be careful. Until tomorrow.
Until then.
Progress. Ask Apollo and Artemis for help. So Blacktail told me that farmers in Tassing have found all sorts of tools and fragments of pottery from our pagan ancestors who once lived here.
He said that he can bring them by the rat house if I want to illustrate them in the mural. It wouldn't make for a spectacular scene in the mural, but maybe just showing how our ancestors once lived would be a good thing. I think it could make a spectacular scene. Okay. Apollo and Artemis are always up to no good around the old salt mine. This has been since the beginning of the game. We're finally gonna be able to enter it. Because we threw some coins down there, or a rock, and it did clink in the very first act of the game. And I was always like, there's something down there. We're finally gonna find out what that clink was. I should ask them if they know a safe way down the shaft. I'll need some tools to help me get down the mine shaft safely. I bet Baltas has something that can help me. Hell yeah. We're gonna talk to our mad scientist, tutor, mentor person. Actually, who lives down here now? Empty house. This was old Otilia's house. A shame that it's been left here to rot. Damn. Until now, just left there to be reclaimed by nature. Says a lot. Alright. Let's have a word with Father Tomas. I guess let's talk to everyone. Oh, God bless you, Magdalene. And you, Father Tomas? You look troubled. What's the matter? I seem to have lost the key to the tabernacle. Oh dear. It holds the Holy Host in a locked and secure box between services of the Eucharist. It's God's holy place. Very similar to like the red corner in the pagan beliefs. Without it, we'd have to go without the Eucharist on Sunday. The Eucharist is the consecrated elements of communion, also called the Lord's Supper or Holy Communion. In Catholicism, the Eucharist refers to the bread and wine after they have been I haven't heard that word in a while. Transubstantiated into the body and blood of Christ. A lot of theological stuff. The bread and the wine become the body and blood of Christ. Oh, right, I'm a tinker. So is that very bad? Can't you borrow some from the poor Clares? Well, it's only bread, right? Surely Gret wouldn't mind baking an extra loaf. I'm sure I could find a way to get the tabernacle open. The lock shouldn't be that complex. Absolutely not. I won't have you picking your way into the tabernacle. Even for a righteous purpose, I don't like the prospect of it. Fair. And why on earth would you know how to pick locks, Magdalene? See, we said, we're also going to, Baldas taught me sometimes the mechanisms in his inventions get stuck. I have to fix them. All women do. It's just a matter of being a good wife. We have to be able to manage our family finances. Do we want to get Baldas in trouble? No. So I thought, you'd better use that skill wisely, Mistress Druckerin. The Lord knows your ways, even if I do not. Regardless, I won't have you forcing your way into the tabernacle. I'll find that key eventually. I won't leave Tassing's sanctification at risk. I'll keep an eye out for it, Father. Where could it be? Thank you, Magdalene. Please, let me know if you have any ideas as to where it might be. God bless you.
Is this gonna appear in my quest log? It seems like there's so many tiny requests. I forgot I'm supposed to find the child. You're still alive! I wonder if Sister Amelie has been... She's a mystic! Has seen the tabernacle key anywhere. I should talk with her. She's still alive. And she's still trapped inside. Holy shit. Well, by choice, I think. Or she just got used to it. Holy shit. Father Tomas told me that the key to the tabernacle went missing recently. He's asked me to keep an eye out for it and return it to him if I locate it. Okay. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Sister Amelie. What brings you to the church this time of day? Lighting another votive candle for your father? Ooh, votive candles. They are small candles lit during prayer in churches, symbolizing a specific offering or request on the behalf of the prayer giver. Oh, look at those medieval cat paintings. I love it. I was hoping to speak with you, sister. Have you seen Father Tomas's tabernacle key anywhere? He's misplaced it. I'm afraid I have not. Everything in the church has been as it should be. Any predictions for this time, Amelie? You've always been right. Though I did hear the two Gertner children come in last evening. Well, two birds with one stone. We're gonna talk to Artemis and Apollo anyway. I did not rise, but I heard their whispering for a moment. They left as suddenly as they came. Why didn't you say anything? I didn't think anything of it. Many people come into the church throughout the week. This is a sacred space, and the people of Tassing respect it as such. They respect my privacy in this place, and I respect theirs. Why tell me this now? Because while I do not make a habit of meddling, I know those two do. And because you said that Father Tomas had lost his key. Their intentions last night may have been pure. If not, however, it would be Christian to remind them that theft is against the Lord's commandments. Thou shalt not steal. They're always getting into trouble. Maybe I'll just tell Father Tomas they took the key. Oh, proper investigation. Andreas Mahler taught us. Of course. I might go have a chat with them. You're right. I ought to mention that the next time I see them as a sister in Christ. Of course. I might go have a chat with them. I advise that you do what you feel is right in your heart. Thank you, sister. God bless you. God bless you, Magdalene. Again with this thing. What do you have to say about this? Mary, Mother of Jesus. Her painting has been here as long as I can remember. Still nothing for that. Like, just to investigate. Inspect. Oh. Oh! Right, I forgot we were supposed to find the child. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Tomas. Any luck finding the tabernacle key? Alas, no. It remains out of reach. I may know where it is, Father. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually, Father. Wait, no, I wanna... Well, I may know where it is, Father. Oh, you found it! Praise the Lord. Thank you, Magdalene. You do have it, don't you? Well, not yet. Not quite, but I know who does. Who?
Magdalene, are you implying that someone stole the tabernacle key? I. Well, I guess Otto chose for me. I think the twins stole it, Father. I haven't even investigated yet. They've been plotting something all day? What? Why would you say something like that, Magdalene? Those fickle little ratbags. No matter how many times I warn of the suffering they could endure if they do not cease this nonsense, they continue in their impious, impetuous ways. I swear, the devil's in those children, yo! Naming them after pagan gods, and no wonder. I shall have another talk with their parents, I think. I didn't even. I should have. I should have not said anything. I should have said, I don't know. It's premature of us to say that. We may know who had it. That's on us. We should have gone to the twins first. Your piety shines all the more brightly in comparison to their iniquity. It's about time their actions caught up with them. What? Don't punish them too harshly, Father. The Lord will see to that, not I. God bless you, Magdalene. The snitch. Calling me a snitch? Well. Sister Amelie told me that she hears Artemis and Apollo came into confession more than if the other younger folk in town. She'd like to believe their intentions are pure, but I know the twins are mischievous and may have ulterior motives. I snitched on Artemis and Apollo. It's unlikely their plan will work out now. They won't be very happy with me, but the adults will be pleased, I'm sure. I'm a snitch! I should have talked to them first. But after choosing the I may know who it is, I was expecting an option to say, I may know who it is. I'm going to investigate the lead. That's it. But there was no way. It is continuing on to snitching on them. Did not like that. You can't hide from me, little bean. You're too good, Mag. I will go find Mom now. Good girl. We can talk to Smokey. Václav! Hello, is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening? I'm Magdalene Druckerin. Are you a friend of Smokey's? I'm not sure. Is there? I'm Magdalene Druckerin. I live in town. No, I'm Magdalene Druckerin. Oh, it rhymes. A Magdalene Druckerin. Are you a friend of Smokey's? I like to think so. I am Václav. I'm a tinker. Travel around and help people out with sharpening knives, little things like that. Druckerin, are you a printer's daughter? My father and I are both printers. Do you sample the wares much? Yes, I read books. Oh, Václav, don't. You're going to get in trouble again. What? Trouble? From me? No, not you, Mistress Druckerin. This one can't help but talk to people about all of the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folk, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now that doesn't bother old Smokey none. Bothers some other people a whole lot. It doesn't bother me any. Well, if it doesn't bother you and it doesn't bother old Smokey, sounds like there's nothing to worry about. Fine. You get run out of here again, don't blame me.
Again? Do I want to know what happened?
A long time ago, I got into an argument with some people in town. They told Father Tomas. To his credit, he told them to let it go. But somehow an inquisitor found out.
See, Father Tomas is a good guy. I also appreciated that. Usually they always make the priest the bad guy, right? But Father Tomas genuinely cares and does his best for the town. It wasn't him who ratted him out to an inquisitor. It was someone else in town. To his credit, he told them to let it go. But somehow, an inquisitor found out. Anyway, I had to leave for a while. So, books, strange ideas. Yes, the host, the Eucharist, the bread of wine, body and blood of Christ, Holy Communion. What about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that the bread and wine of the Eucharist literally becomes the body and blood of Christ. Here we go. Yes. Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and his... Huh? The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Gus rejected it. Okay, the first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and Gus rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses, there is nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and the wine. Okay. Well, yeah. That doesn't mean it hasn't actually changed, though. Must our senses necessarily encompass all of God's miracles for them to be real? No, not at all. But for what reason would He place them outside of the compass of our understanding? That's a fair point. As an act of faith, blessed are those who believe but have not seen. Well, I guess for the sake of argument, let's put that in the hat. Well, we haven't been playing Magdalene as very devout or pious, but from their perspective, as we know, based on the books we've read, it is an act of faith. As they say, blessed are those who believe but have not seen. But if that is the case, of what importance is the material composition of the host? I feel like we took this up in theology class. Even if the bread and wine turn to Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? We are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. The act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. He is present. It wasn't. He is present in us through the remembrance, not the physical act. Isn't that heresy? No. Are you following this, Smokey? We're getting very philosophical here. You know, the remembrance of it, the ritual act itself, we can't... They feed into one another. Like, in doing the ritual act, you remember, and in remembering, you manifest it in the ritual act to strengthen it, solidify it. sanctify it. I don't know. So what does that matter? Actually, yeah. So what's your point, Vaxlav? What does that matter? Are you saying we shouldn't take communion? No. There's nothing wrong with taking communion as a rite or act. But if you accept what I'm saying, there are other things I'd like to discuss. We could be here all day, chat. We could be here all day. A Smokey says, I'm not listening to any of this. Zen, thank you for dropping by and lurking. I'll hope to see you on more streams and on not just this stream, but on other streams as well. Always great to see you, Zen. Take care. Have a good night. We should be wrapping up as well. I just shoot for 4 hours, so we'll be playing for another hour. We'll just talk to everyone, see if you can make some progress. Then maybe prime ourselves for a finale next Thursday for Pentiment. This weekend, I'm gonna choose a new game to play. So we're gonna figure that out. Happy New Year, Zen. Good night and take care. And you were here on the first stream. May there be more to come. And as always, you're welcome at the table, Zen. I'm not listening to any of this, says Smokey. Are you ready to hear why it's important to disbelieve in transubstantiation? Good night, Zen. Okay, are you ready to hear why it's important to disbelieve in transubstantiation? Sure. No, I'm sorry, but I think I'm pretty enough. Yes, I'm certain this is leading somewhere good. I am curious, like, okay, cool. Yes, I'm certain this is leading somewhere good. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but alright. Sorry, I don't know how to do a Romani accent. I'm terrible. I wish I could do better voices. It's a help for my game mastering down the road. But Vaxlav is a Romani. He wanders around helping people with... He's a tinkerer. Alright, we're getting to the beginning, chat. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world. Huh? Jesus Christ. Okay, wait. Say nothing. Okay, let me continue. Okay, this all starts... What books has he been reading? Is this like a Satanist thing? Excuse me. Jesus Christ. This would be funny to choose. I feel like... no, okay. This is the fun option, but I don't want to interrupt them. Say nothing. Okay, like, I'm gonna say Magdalene's like, huh? Okay, where's this leading? Say nothing. So, this all starts with Lucifer creating the world. God was the world. Word. Wait, creating the world, and then God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contained aspects, what we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. Okay. One of these aspects separated itself from God, his intellect, and manifested in the darkness as the corrupt will, Lucifer. Okay. The darkness say nothing. By what power could a portion of God's will separate from the whole? Aha! I'm glad I chose this background. Keep this discussion going. Okay, so by what power could a portion of God's will separate from the whole? The will moved itself. God's intellect, being infinite, also contain the capacity to transcend the infinite. This sounds like a theology professor. To exist outside of the boundaries of infinite light. The corrupt will brought into being an equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupted imitation of the divine intellect, to create the world. Oh, okay. All material in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. We still have a connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies. Okay. So Genesis is wrong. Was Jesus flawed by being a man, even though he was born of a virgin? But you still believe we can be redeemed through Christ, right? Alright, now I'm definitely hurt enough. No, I'm not offended. What's more interesting to ask? I'm guessing yes, you can still be redeemed through Christ because, he is... The whole point was to have unconditional forgiveness, so that's something. But, okay, was Jesus flawed by being a man, even though he was born of a virgin? And being off the Trinity? If he was a manifestation of God, then let's ask him. Was Jesus flawed by being a man even though he was born of a virgin? He was not born of a virgin. Okay. I'm not hearing any of this. It's okay, Smokey. And it would not matter if he were. Lucifer was the rebellious splinter of God's will. I didn't expect to get into this theological discussion. I just wanted to talk to Smokey about the past. The Christ appeared when God willed his divine intellect into Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much. Ponderkind, enjoy your cat emotes and ad-free viewing. I always appreciate you. Even if you lurk, I always appreciate the lurks. Thank you so much. And Anonymous Gifter, thank you for that. We're just having a theological discussion. I'm interested in it. And I am curious about these things. I was very fortunate to have good theology professors. The Christ appeared when God willed his divine intellect into Jesus. So yeah, the manifestation of God, so the true light, not of Lucifer. But you said that physical bodies were all corrupt. Yes, but while we are the heirs of Lucifer's rebellious intellect, Christ received wisdom from the light of God himself. The whole point of Jesus being a reincarnation of God was him being flawed in all ways as a man would be flawed as well. So I think I see where he's going with this. Okay, but while we are the heirs of Lucifer's rebellious intellect, it is a part of us. Christ received wisdom from the light of God himself as the Son of God. He did truly die and was truly resurrected in body. But his reappearance was only important for him to convey the message of salvation to the people. Okay. Yeah. In truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. This physical world is the only hell we know, living again and again,
the only torment.
That's an interesting idea. I think that's a sad way to look at life. I'm worried about what he's going to say to this. So, how do we escape it? Should we escape it or should we struggle against it? To live is to suffer. So, how do we escape it? Regular prayer, abstention from material desires, sublimation, and elimination of want. Oh, okay. That sounds a whole lot like Buddhism.
That just sounds like being a monk.
Okay.
No. Priests and monks both are corrupt agents of the business of the church. Oh, heresy.
This is why the Inquisitor chased you out of town. But I won't do that, Backslav.
They have taken the simplicity of holy devotion and profaned it with pageantry.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
The saints, too. All this talk of murits and satya and miracles, they're just stories. The church has led people astray, put the hope of people in meaningless rituals, faith in relics.
I can see why you don't go into town much. You have some interesting ideas, Vaxlav. Let's keep going. Okay, I don't think so. I believe what Father Tomas teaches is the true gospel. My read on Tomas has been one who's been very... He's been very open. As far as we can tell throughout this game, Father Tomas has actually been quite open-minded. Like, you can talk to him, he'll complain, but he'll understand why people are the way they are. And he doesn't exactly force himself, his beliefs onto other people. He tries to help despite all that, despite people being led astray. And he does there are good teachings to be found. Honestly, there are good teachings to be found in the parables, in the stories of Jesus and everything. It's just man twisting it, as what Vaxlav is pointing at, right? Corrupting it. It's all man. But, as Father Tomas goes, he tries to help the town. So let's try to continue it. Because this feels like, oh, you have interesting ideas, Vaxlav. No, I want to keep it going. I don't think so. I believe what Father Tomas teaches is the true gospel. And you may do so, of course. We believe what we believe until our beliefs are shaken. Which is why we should always question our beliefs, chat. In some beliefs must be shaken very hard for their hold to break. Anyway, thank you for indulging me, Magdalene. I was just being polite, of course. It was illuminating. Until later. Until then, cool. That's the first time you get to interact with Vaxlav. And I guess that's the last time. First and last time you get to interact with Vaxlav. It's nice to see some green this time of year. Horehound is one of the few plants that grows year-round here. Alright, Smokey, give us some history. Good day, Mr. Struckerin. I told you, Smokey. Call me Magdalene. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Yes, actually. But first I wanted to ask you about the old salt mines. Only ancient gossip. I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines. As much as I'm curious, no. I'm looking for a way to get into this old mine. Only ancient gossip. I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines.
The mines. Is this a new interest of yours, Magdalene? I don't see the townsfolk trek out there as much anymore. Last I saw were those two twins making trouble.
God damn it. Like, if the game saved our state and triggered the twins not liking us for being a snitch, that'll still suck. I thought we could back out of that. So we'll see if the twins will help us.
They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set foot close to that place.
What are you so interested in over there? The mural in the rat house needs a section about the earliest days of Tassing. The mines are the oldest part of Tassing, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something.
I don't know about getting down with the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them and the other Roman ruins around here.
I think we already know how to progress the main quest, which is get a tool from Balthazar, talk to the twins, but let's exhaust as much leads as we can, because this isn't taking up units of time anyway. So we're free to explore. Unlike in the other acts, like chasing down some leads required time to pass. So there was a sense of urgency and we were limited. But I think now in Act 3, they're just kind of, winding us down for, I don't know, the grand finale. It's strange because I would think they'd be like winding us up for the grand finale, but well, again, we'll see how they end the act, because it doesn't feel like the thread puller. He's still out there. Andreas Mallard died in the fire, and it's like, whoa, now what? Thread puller's still active. Father almost died, and then now what? We just have to paint the mural. I don't know. I don't know about getting into down at the mines, but I do know a fair few stories about them and the other Roman ruins around here.
The old stories. My father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. The one about Mars and Tassia, the nymph, was always my favorite, though I blame that on my youth.
Mars is the Roman god of war and agriculture. Mars represented civilization and peace through military might. Tassia, like Tassing.
Mm-hmm. Folk named the town after a pagan god, a Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you, it's a bit bawdy.
I don't need to hear those parts. Well, I need something about the Romans to paint on the mural. Oh! Count me curious.
I won't be scandalizing you. Can't have your father hounding me for any coarseness.
But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. We heard this from someone else in Act 2. But let's see his version. Alright. Everyone excludes me from the fun.
You'll have your fun in time, Magdalene. You just wait and see.
Alright. So, what's the story?
Well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off, and the god was angry at the loss of his quarry. So he tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest, and not in the local town.
But I go into the forest all the time. Oh. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest?
How should I know? Maybe just wanted a brisk walk. Besides, why should anything the gods do make sense? These were the old days, when spirits and ghosts prowled.
What do you mean, prowled? You're just trying to scare me. Ghosts aren't real. Human spirits go to heaven or hell. They don't stay on Earth. Wait, I need more facts, Smokey. Not folktales. But I do want... Okay. No, wait. We are painting the murals. We already have enough mythological background. We need more facts.
Every tale has a seed of truth in it, Magdalene. How else does it become a story? If you're looking for facts, go find that doctor or the inventor. I'm not a learned man, but I know some things. Stories are one of them.
All right. Keep going.
So, Mars found a nymph, Tassia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr, goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr. He could not have just thrown the spear. And in return, well, Tassia bathed the god.
Wait, as a wolf? Or did Mars turn back into a humanoid? They bathed? Ah, I see. Ha! I get it! They bathed.
I did warn you, Magdalene. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground, and it blossomed with flowers and crops.
I think Sister Gertrude was the one who told Andreas Mahler this story.
They say that's why this valley is so fertile.
Okay, did you make that up? How do I know that's a real legend? Oh my. That might be tricky to paint on the mural. I'm not sure if the council would approve. Huh. We've been growing crops here for generations. People would want a reason for that, even if it was the gods.
Whatever the reason, Tassing's been blessed with fertile ground for hundreds of years.
And salt, which the Romans eyed.
So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years. But I like that we still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories, as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind too. The town is more Roman than Bavarian, really.
Well, we are part of the Holy Roman Empire. Because of how long it is a Roman colony? That's ridiculous. We're Bavarian, not Roman. Oh, right. The town was named after Tassia, the nymph. More Roman than Bavarian. What does it mean by that? Because of how long it was a Roman colony?
That, and how much of the town is built upon the Roman foundations. Tassing is actually much smaller now than it was in the Romans' day. At least, that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep into one.
I wonder if you go to Tassing now, what ruins would you still find?
The ruins go deep into the forest and all the way to their old mine.
Yeah, this is what I think the murderer or the thread puller uses to get around town without being seen.
The ruins go deep into the forest and all the way to the old mine.
Wow.
Half of Tassing is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and you'll start noticing things. We used their stone to build. The old temple by Satya's shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see some of the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is.
Tassing has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. I never realized how much we relied on the Romans for our infrastructure. Old stones aren't much of a legacy. It's all rubble now, reused and forgotten. No. Okay, I think this would be good for a mural. Tassing has been building upon itself
for hundreds of years.
What a beautiful idea.
That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes.
Maybe I should go take a look at the mine. See, the game is really directing you. Go to the mines. I'd get a better sense of what things were actually like.
Haha! Nothing will stop you, I see. Well, I won't either. Just keep an eye for any wolves or sea tears you might see down there, eh?
I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. You're still not going to spook me, Smokey.
Worth a try, though. Good luck, Magdalene. Be safe.
Melons! Good to see you again. Happy New Year to you. Our first stream for the day. Thank you for the lurk. We will actually be winding down soon. We've just been talking to people in town, getting reacquainted with Tassing and Pentiment, and priming ourselves for the finale next week. I'm pretty sure, well, depending on my schedule on Thursday. Again, we can't preempt these things. Hope to see you around, Melons. Or should I call you Chloe? How about Melco? I don't know. Alright. There's a lot of people to talk to. I can't believe how quickly the leaves changed this year. We still have the Abbey to go to. And Miller. So we're gonna wrap up the stream. We're gonna talk to everyone first. Then do one major thing in the main quest. And then like maybe it's a good time. It'll be a good time to pause there. It's nice to see some green this time of year. Horehound is one of the few plants that grow year-round. Oh, what are you doing here, Paulo? No, not yet. Right, the tavern is still there as well. The inn. We got the girl killed, though. Sure, let's go to the Golden Hand Inn. How are they doing? Hi, Killian. Is it still being run by the husband? Ah! Nico. Oh, okay, nothing to say? Sure. Well, they were heavily featured in the previous act, so... Well, at least the inn's still up. Right, now to the Miller. I love watching the violets bloom every year. They match the purple of the mountains. This old statue of Saint Moritz has seen better days. Petshube... Sub. Good sub. I've forgotten, so many years have passed. The animals from the first act have already passed. So now the cat is like the son of Shlau. Shlau the cat. Good morning, Magdalene. How's the mural coming along? Well, I think I'm off to start the first part of the mural today. I'll paint the founding of Tassing and the Romans. Well, you won't want for any models. Tassing is littered with Roman ruins. It's almost a nuisance. What sort of mural are you creating, Magdalene? I believe Klaus was planning on a fresco. Oh, why is the council planning to interfere with how I mix my paints? There's a few different techniques, but I think a fresco suits the rat house wall best. What's an intonacchio? I'm gonna have to Google that. It sounds impressive. Well, I'll start with the intonacchio and then paint the fresco over it so that I have a clear consistency. Okay, what is a intonacchio? I'm thinking like the initial sketch. Intonacchio. Intonakyo. What? It's not even on Google. Intonako. Oh, okay. Intonako definition. It's plaster, a substance put on wall, ceiling, etc., which dries to form a hard, smooth surface. Here, intonacchio, Italian, meaning. Uh, okay, Italian, intonacco, plaster, blah blah blah. Okay, something to do with plaster. To plaster. Okay, I guess plaster the wall first and then use that to guide you. Okay, Intonacchio is well known for its Intonacchino is well known for its rustic pitted texture and matte sheen while smooth to the touch. The finish can be glazed to add a more... Oh, okay. It's like a finish or something. Byzantine wall painting methods. The French translation on this receipt, meaning straw, aricciato, which in the next line he calls intonaco esecho. Ah! Well, at least I'm learning things. This is from JSTOR. Middle and later Byzantine wall painting methods, a comparative study. Intonaco. Damn it! Can't search the book. This is a preview. Log in through your library. Well, I don't have my JSTOR access anymore. I already appreciated that we had JSTOR access when I was in college, but I don't think that account's valid anymore. Anyway, I'll start with the intonacchio. That's something to do with plaster, and then paint the fresco over it so that I have a clear consistency. Paul's also an artist, or he was an aspiring artist as a child. Ah, I see. Do you have enough plaster? The rat house wall is so large. I was worried it wouldn't stay wet for long. Since when did a town miller know so much about art? Since Andreas Mahler encouraged it when he was a kid. It's been an interest of mine since childhood, but my father disapproved. After my mother and I left Tassing, we stayed with her family for a few months before we heard what happened. Your father's friend, Andreas, he encouraged me to draw. Hell yeah, the consequences of our actions. While we were away, I studied in my uncle's library. I've collected books about various art styles since we returned. I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself? I can't imagine what I would have done if Dad didn't let me learn how to print and paint. That sounds like it was a difficult time to live through. But yeah, my Magdalene didn't have an idea. I had no idea, Paul. Why didn't you want to paint the mural yourself? Right, player was wondering why Paul didn't speak up to paint it himself. But I forgot. Yeah, of course, Magda doesn't know. Character doesn't know. Player knows. I'm not nearly as skilled as you or your father. I know I had my doubts about you taking on the project, Magdalene. But you're the most skilled artist in Tassing. After your father, of course. Well, anyway. I'm glad the mural is going well. Forgive my sudden questioning about it. I've been so busy preparing for the council's next meeting. I haven't had as much time with Anna as usual. She says I get a bit frantic when I'm overwhelmed. Is the council working on something new? I didn't think council work was all that serious. Maybe you should take some time off for the council. Is the council working on something new? Well, considering yearly maintenance checks on every house in Tassing. Right, the hinges. The ideas had quite a bit more pushback than we'd anticipated. Oh, new ideas always face some kind of opposition. I don't think you should let that stop you. I can understand the utility of the proposition, but it might feel like a nuisance. I can't imagine why. I certainly love it if my neighbors nose their way into my house every year. Okay, what's her background? Getting pushback against something you want to do? God, how horrible it must be for you. Oh my god, sometimes it's so petty, the options from these backgrounds. Now, admittedly, I can understand the utility of inspecting hinges and making sure that the houses are still up to safety standards. But it might feel like a nuisance. Precisely. That's the issue we've run into. This would help protect those in passing who don't have the skill to fix things themselves. Widows like Agnes or Gret. But without instituting it for the whole town, we can't enforce the proposition. Why not have people opt in? Like, ask the council, the typical, like, hey, I need my house to check. Hey, then, mother, yeah, we are about to wind down soon. Thank you for the care package, which also increased in price. I'm sorry. But you all got gold coins to spend. Thank you so much. We're just talking. I'm just making sure to talk to everyone in town. And I think I'm going to do one main quest step. And I think we're going to pause there. But yeah, apologies. It hasn't been like super exciting. We're just reacquainting ourselves with town, talking to everyone. It's been very gentle going. But this is how I like to play these games. Talk to everyone in town. Get all their ideas. I don't want to rush from point A to point B. So here we are. How are you doing, then, mother? Why are you still up? Well, why am I asking? You're always up at this time. But yes, we're still going. Work shift. I see. Oh, I don't know if you were here when Yan or Vanoa was here. I was just talking about how much fun I had at your stream. You guys had such amazing chemistry, the one-on-one thing, and it's such a fun time. I know you were there. I have terrible memory, but it bears repeating. I guess it's worth repeating. Good job on that stream. I'm looking forward to more. Looking forward to more misadventures of Father Rudd. That is such a great origin story, honestly. It is an origin story for Father Rudd. Okay, council member talking about inspecting the hinges. It should be a service that the council offers. You know, baltas and stuff, not enforced upon people. I think they should have people opt in. Like, of course, hey, I need my house inspected. Please do so. Simple as that. Why force it on everyone? In any case, the matter is far from resolved. I imagine spring will come before anything is actually done. But I think the point was them enforcing it because they're talking about, like, well, safety standards, right? So it's them mandating that every year we're going to inspect your house to see if the safety standards are still up to par. I mean, they do that for businesses and buildings even today, but you know, this is why we have village associations, and I wouldn't really want people rooting through for like a yearly inspection kind of thing. I think it should be an opt-in kind of thing. You'll be pulling more people. Yeah, because there's one big unresolved thing with Father Rudd and Mother. The deal you made. Deals with the devils are always so interesting to see how they pan out. Right? So I'm curious to see what's gonna happen to that. What's great is it also... okay, I had the dream about this. I dreamt up a little story as well, which is about a group of heroes who, of course, to save the world, they made a deal with the devil. But part of the deal was that they weren't supposed to come back. they're supposed to be gone from the world, but due to popular demand, they were brought back, or they lived somehow, thereby breaking the contract with the devils and undead. Like, anyway, making a deal with the devil to save the world at what cost? Very Father Rod, I must say. Must best be inspired by that. The story you tease so far is you need to make characters who lost the will to live and will find a will to. Okay. Your theory, Jan is pulling a jigsaw. Alright, so like it's one big world, different, possibly seemingly unrelated stories, and we're gonna see the big picture come up. I like that approach. I'm excited to see what comes out next. And what is Paul saying? I had better get back to work. Thank you for letting me interrupt your day, Magdalene. God bless you. Well, I've been seeking out people to talk to anyway. So many people to talk to. Okay, Convent, Abbey, then we're done. Oh, definitely, like, I would. I'm always open to it. I really should be more open to it. You know, I do want to grow as well as a streamer, as a player. Whether it's online or offline, I'd love to join. If it's streamed, I'm also willing to join that. I want to be able to hone my craft to provide entertainment for people, I guess. So yeah, I'm always up for collaborations. Especially on actual plays, even though I don't totally feel like, of course, I keep saying I'm gonna get to it, I'm gonna game master and all that, but honestly, I'm still afraid. I'm still not confident enough. But, you know, as cliche as New Year's resolutions are, like, I do want to be able to do more. So thank you for inviting me to that one shot. I had so much fun. The two shot for the Irish gang, that was so fun. And um it also made it clear to me that while I may be totally afraid of being a game master, or I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to muster the courage to develop that kind of content myself, I realize, of course, you need people to work with. You need people to collaborate with. It's hard to do it on your own. Even when with Jan, it is a one-on-one thing. It is a collaboration. But um it did make me realize that I am always ready to be a player at someone's table for for an audience. Like, I'm always ready to perform for that. Like, I'm always game for that. Um Whether the quality of myself as a PC is good or not, it's one thing I can, it's one of the it's one of the few things I can say that I'm always ready to do. So like if you say, hey, we're gonna have this actual play, you wanna join? I'll be like, yes, let me check my schedule. Because I wanna do more of that. So I always feel like I'm prepared and ready to grow there. Game mastering, that's of course a whole other bag of beans. Ooh, improv. Ah, love it. I'm always impressed by people in improv theater. One of the more prominent improv groups here in the Philippines was Spit Manila, Silly People's Improv Theater. I'm not sure if you ever I'm not sure if you ever caught them, or I don't know if they did shows in Davao, or if you watched them when you were in Manila. But yeah, Spit was super fun to watch. I don't know, like, I can only aspire to be as to be as witty and as quick thinking as they are. Amazing. It's an amazing difficult skill, which is why I'm always impressed by, of course, really good game masters, because people really don't realize how much skill is involved in being a great GM, especially a GM for an actual play for an audience, which is a whole other bag of beans. It's improv, it's games mastery, it's acting, it's writing, all in one. It's insane. Which is why I'm always amazed at how many games you keep running, Den Mother, and the energy to push through. Again, take your time, relax. I know you're in hiatus right now, but whenever you're ready, I'm looking forward to that. Exactly. It also helps I did already say how the stream has helped in terms of me and my well-being, but role playing and mother, and you also helped me be part of that. Like it is fun getting to know people in Landas, meeting new people, playing with people from Davao. It is great meeting new people and friends. It's just role playing has helped me so much. Honestly, it has helped keep me sane and stable throughout all these years.
Winter is coming.
Yeah, run all the things. Run all the things. Once your health gets sorted, nothing will stop you. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Biding your time. Aside from Praxis, like off the top of your mind, what is the one system that you really want to make a big return splash with? Something you've been always wanting to run. Yeah, it's a heavy question, right? You know, I should not ask questions that I should not ask questions that I am also not prepared to answer. Dune. Oh, yo, the new one from Modifius 2D20. Dan Mother. Oh, I keep forgetting I owe my friend some. Check this out. Okay, not Amiya. Or is he so adorable? Amiya. Anyway, I love that Nendoroid. That's not what I wanted to show you. I need to organize my desk more. Oh, look at my dice bag. He's a kitty. I got it from like some random store in Tokyo. All the click clacks. No, that's not the one. I'm sorry. Sorry, random also. I also love these dorks. Blue Archive. On the mobile gacha, I play the calendar from the first anniversary. Why am I doing these random things? I wanted to show you this. I've been wanting to run it. I'm so guilty. Like my friends are like, "Hey, you want to run a game?" It's yeah, let's run Blade Runner. And then like months later, I didn't even run anything for them. So yes, I have this and the starter set also, and the PDFs of it. Of course, I'd start with the starter set, pre-gens, easier way into the system, pre-published adventure. But yeah, the book's not bad. Honestly, anything from Free League, it is absolutely stellar in terms of like the art and stuff. But I'm pretty sure you know it. But yeah, Blade Runner. And I have the Expanse here as well. The Expanse, if you like the show, that's also something I should have been running. I know like PDFs are the way to go, but both. I like having both. I like that the physical copy and the PDF copy off to the side. And the Expanse. The Expanse runs on the Age system, the adventure game engine, which was fun to learn that Age came from the Dragon Age RPG. And I was fortunate enough to get under one table for Dragon Age, which is fun. And they adapted it into a system agnostic thing, and then they used it for the Expanse. Uses a lot of D6s. Um, but yeah, the Expanse, Blade Runner, they're all just sitting there, and I'm not running anything. But yes, I've been wanting to run Blade Runner for people. So I don't want to say anything now because I might just end up disappointing people again. Like, I really owe some people, like Blade Runner. I was also supposed to run the One Ring. People kept pestering me to run the One Ring, but they got tired of pestering me, so they don't ask me anymore. So I feel very guilty. But I'm looking forward to Blade Runner. I've not looked through the rules, so I'm not sure if it's any good as a system. But Dishonored, I'm also curious about that. I just have the PDF. I don't have the physical book of it. And I'm wondering if Dishonored would translate experience better than Blades in the Dark. Because Blades in the Dark, for me, hands down, is an amazing system, amazing game. I love it. And it's the closest you can get to, I think, having a Dishonored game. Blades in the Dark. But the official Dishonored game, I'm not sure. I heard mixed reviews about the system. Yeah, and eventually maybe you might get tired of it, but hey, I do want to grow as a creative, so I gotta face the fear. But again, I'm always ready to be an actual place. In fact, someone was asking for recommendations for people who do TRPG stuff, like actual plays, but I didn't put my name in there because I don't know, I don't feel like I'm ready or good enough for that. But as a player on a table, I'm up for anything. And also collaborating on ideas and stories. People find just bouncing creative ideas off me somehow helps them come up with good stories. So I'm always willing to collaborate. But actually heading projects myself, that's where I always feel terrified about. So while I'm still here, while I still can, I'm willing to just be a follower or a collaborator. Then perhaps I'll muster the courage to lead my own projects. 7 years to play MTG, you don't quit? Alright, dedication. So we'll have someone else hounding. Fine, the book's right there. I do want to run the starter set. It'll be a nice way to get back into the groove of things. So we'll see. I still haven't found the system I enjoy more than Genesis / Star Wars. FFG Star Wars / Genesis. Still my favorite system. If judging my Free League system, it'll be quite similar to Tales from the Loop and Mutant, which is an Alien, which is fine. Like I was okay with the system, but I was not totally sold on it. But I'm curious what changes, if the changes were good, tailored, how they tailor fitted it to the Blade Runner universe. But when I open an RPG book now, I'm like, oh no, so much to learn, and I just close it again, and I don't learn it. It's like I forgot how to learn systems. Aha! You have fed GM Yan more information. Yes, this is the plan all along. I have given you more information, GM Yan. Use it as you please. You lure Den Mother to reveal her secrets. Oh no, get some rest, Den Mother. But if thinking about your TRPG calendar helps you with the process, then I'm glad to help. But just know that I'm putting it out there. I'm open to collabs. I'm open to actual plays. And at least off stream, like I don't want to GM on screen yet. Off stream GM, I'll have to do, I have to ease myself back into it. I have to prove to myself that I still got it in me. Anyway, thank you for being here. We're almost done talking to everyone in town, and after that, I think the mystery will continue. Like I already know what to do. I already know what to do to progress the main quest, but it doesn't feel right rushing the game. So we're updating ourselves with what's happened in this town. What are we talking about? The Hand of Saint Moritz. The poor Claris take care of it now that the Benedictines are gone. The Benedictines The abbey burned down, so they left. Martha, who are you again? Oh, hello, Magda. You wouldn't happen to be going to the convent. I'm up for anything, then, Mother. I just hope that I'd be a good fit and I would be able to give a good show. That's it. I wasn't planning to. No, perhaps later. What brings you here? Why do you ask? Are you thinking to join the Poor Clares? Oh, maybe. Uh, why on earth would you want to do that? What? Okay, like, yeah, of course. I'm like, why in the world would you want to join the convent? But some people have a calling. I hope it helps you find yourself. That's a nice idea. This will be remembered. Ah, we just pushed her to join the convent. Okay. Fisher! I was wondering where you were. Good, happy New Year. Well, I'm just taking it easy. We're actually almost done. We're winding down the stream. It's good to see you though. I wasn't really feeling up to it. Last Tuesday was pretty busy, but I was able to sneak in some time. So I feel like I've gotten back into the groove of things. I hope the new year's been treating you well. I saw that you've been playing a lot of games, and I hope to give people a better show this year. I'm always grateful for all of you. Not sure if you saw my message, but really does help me out a lot. So, a wild fisher has appeared, but we'll see you this weekend. This weekend I will be busy on Saturday, so I might stream on Sunday. We'll see. But since we finished House of Ashes, I was supposed to stream Cats and Other Lives. Maybe I'll still stream it. It's kind of horror, I think. I think cultists are involved, but you play as a cat and you can see ghosts. So, okay. I think it'll be a good follow-up to House of Ashes, I think. It's like a point-and-click adventure game, but you're a cat. I was supposed to play it for the holidays, actually, but we didn't get to that. So maybe this weekend, we'll play Cats and Other Lives. I see. Hope I don't know if you had any more progress with the medical thing, because last we saw each other, you had that big meeting. That was our last stream, actually, God of War. It's been a while, but I've not touched God of War since then. So we're still on that journey together. Okay, this person's wondering if she should join the convent. Be honest, what do I have to look forward to? With Dad's injury, and me unwed at 25, older than all the boys in town. If they don't see me as a sister, they see me as a mom. And when Dad dies... Who's your dad again? Not anytime soon, God willing. I won't be able to claim the farm. I'll lose my home. With Anton gone, there's nobody to take it over. Damn you, 1500s rights of... women's rights. Because Anton was the heir, so... yeah. Well, shit. You could still get married before that time comes. I understand times are tough, but are you sure this would really make you happy? That's a bit vague. Well, she knows this. That's unfair. You should be able to inherit the property, but 1500s law, unless you're specifically which, when do you choose if it's like a patrilineal or matrilineal thing? Like in Crusader Kings 3, you can choose, right? But like at this time, how common were like matrilineal rules of inheritance? Eh, anyway. That's unfair. You should be able to inherit the property. That already goes without saying. You know, she has to come to this decision herself. If we just say you could still get married before the time comes, she just said that there are no prospects and that she has no hope in that sense. So, about her happiness, okay? Are you sure this would really make you happy? It would bring me closer to the Lord. Shouldn't we all want that? Why not withdraw from the trials of the world? You know as well as I, it's not safe out here. Hmm. Hmm. This is so hard. Because this is what, 1540s? You could do so much more. You just need to be more ambitious. Maybe you're right. I've thought about joining the order myself. The whole report has been made and sent to the team, so they're still deciding on it. All right. Enjoy those games while we do so. Any standouts so far, Fisher? Like a game that you really want us to play? Because I bought a bunch during the Steam sale, which is a very bad idea because we haven't even made a dent in our backlog. But I couldn't resist, and I was thinking, oh, this might be something cool to stream. It's become like that already. When I look at games, I'm thinking, hey, this might be something people will enjoy to watch. Well, here we are. I don't know what to say. I suppose you should follow your heart. Well, hiding away behind walls doesn't seem like the right way to live. Hmm. This is our insightful background, but the Abbey's walls didn't protect it during the revolt. Hmm. Okay. Sure, let's see where that leads. It's either this: hiding away behind walls doesn't seem like the right way to live. The Abbey's walls didn't protect it during the revolt. Sooner or later, the words, the world comes knocking with swords. Um, I don't like to think about things like that. I have enough worries to keep me sleeping as it is. But joining the Poor Clares is a lifelong commitment. I don't know if I'm ready for that. What? I think you should join the sisters. I don't think you should join the order. There's no middle ground here. You really have to. A larger part of me is saying it's a bad idea. Ah, I hear puking. Ah, cat accident. Wait, I need to clean up. No! Okay, mine's puking. I gotta clean it up. BRB, wait. Like turn based because if you have, Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. Hmm, not really in the mood for turn based strategy games right now. Though I did pre order Fire Emblem Engage, so we'll see if that's any good. But Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate, huh? For my 40k fix, I tried Dark Tide. So, from the makers of Vermintide. Interesting. I might try to play it more. BRB, I'll just clean up Maya's mess. BRB. Okay, and we're back. I'll clean up that mess. Okay, cat stuff. Anyway, there's also a visual novel series, Magical Diary Horsefall? Magic Diary Wolfhall? Basically the same game, but Horsehall is a female main character, slight differences. Wolfhall. Huh. This is on Steam. Let me load that up. Magical Diary. Oh! Yeah, it is cute. Hanako Games? Was it Japanese and then localized? Huh. Oh, it's bundled together with Long Live the Queen. And A Little Lily Princess. Sword Daughter. England Exchange. Science Girls. Black Closet. Interesting. It's like a bundle of visual novels. Yeah. At least, did you have fun with it? All right. Okay, we were about to decide this woman's fate, or at least influence it. No, I don't think you should join the order if you are, because you are not absolutely sure, and you're thinking it's going to be an escape from this life, but it won't be. In fact, it'll demand more of you. Like, can you truly devote yourself to the Lord, or are you just thinking you can run away from your problems? So I don't think you should join the order at this state unless you are really sure. Oh no! But we ah but we praise the idea of being a nun. Oh. Convince Martha to not join the poor Clarice. You can't just throw your life away over one bad day. See there, see right? You can't just okay, I mean, you can't just make that kind of lifelong commitment over one bad day. You need to. That's why, at least for priests today, they have to go through an entire course of a battery of tests, lessons, teachings, and they're always gonna be. Are you still sure? Are you sure you still want to do this? Are you sure you still want to do this? Like years, like a decade. You need to dedicate yourself to that. And if you're still really sure you want to join the order, then they'll have you. But this is why, they can't just say one day you decide to join and okay, you're a priest now. No, you have to go through all of this. It's a whole process. But we were not consistent. Because before we found out her story, we thought it was just like, oh, you want to join the nun? Sure, they're devoted. They're not. It's not bad, but it's not. Yeah. Anyway, and then we heard that she was planning to join because she felt like she had no future, and that's when we're like, whoa, wait. That's why you were curious about joining. Then now we're like, you can't just throw your life away over one bad day. But she remembers. But I wouldn't be throwing my life away, Magdalene. Paul wrote that there is no greater reward than living for Christ. I want to live a life with meaning. And I've always admired the sister's dedication. But this is the poor Clarice, not the Benedictine sisters. Besides, if I join the order, Dad won't have to worry about what happens to me. I'll pray about it. But I think it's time I talk to Mother Francisca and the others. So, I'll gather my courage, what little of it I have. If you think that's best, just be sensible, Martha. But we're at the last act of the game. Like, what's this gonna affect? Until later, you will. I don't even remember who Martha is. Replaying Wolf Hall? Damn. You and your multiple playthroughs of these visual novels since Exocolonist. God bless you, Magdalene. I had been hoping to speak with you. Really? Do you perhaps have a moment? Of course, Mother. How can I help you? I had heard that you had taken up the mural in the rat house after your father's terrible attack. Yes, I'm excited to paint the town's history. Hmm. Your enthusiasm and insistence is most troubling to some people in town. Okay. I know the council was hesitant at first, but they all agreed I could do it. Some people. You wouldn't happen to be including yourself in that group, would you? No. I know the council was hesitant at first, but they all agreed I could do it. The council's view is limited in this matter, I'm afraid. Exactly, Fisher. Especially since it is built with multiple playthroughs in mind. So, I definitely have to get to that. It's just whenever I feel like replaying something, I'm like, damn it! But there's something else to play. It's like the backlog is not getting any smaller. But when the mood strikes, at least it's there. It's still installed. I never uninstalled Exocolonist. Oh, and now that I got a handy dandy mobile device, it'll encourage me to play more as well. Similar to like the Switch. The Switch really helps you with your backlog because you can play anywhere, on the couch, on the bed, outside of the house. The Switch can really help you get through the backlog. So I'll probably save it for that kind of experience. I understand how you must have struggled with your mother passing while you were so young. Without a maternal figure to guide you, it is no wonder your spirit has wandered and wavered from its nature. Martha, don't join this convent. These aren't like the Benedictine nuns. My spirit's fine, thanks. Oh, right. Situation's bad in China, so not surprised it got postponed. Hey, you know, hopefully they're fine and that they get to work on it more. You're waiting for multiple games that are coming out soon. Ooh, do tell which ones. Like, I'm not updated with the current year release. My mind is still in 2022. Yes, please share something about the. Sorry, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Volcano Princess. Looking forward to that being released. Multiple releases. The only thing I know that's on the list right now is Fire Emblem Engage. But I'm pretty sure there are some Forspoken and a bunch of other stuff. I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Again, there's a monumental backlog. It's crazy. But feel free, Vanwa. We're just talking to everyone. The pursuit of such trades is not for women, but men. As Paul writes, God calls women to work at home, not in trades. Martha, don't join these. These are not sensible nuns. The Benedictine nuns are better. While supporting your father is laudable, taking on his work is
Imprudent. There are plenty of young men in Tassing worthy of you. Or perhaps you have a different calling. Oh, now's the time. She's gonna. Do you want to join? It's just a pitch to join the order because it ain't working. I'd like to offer you a place here among the sisters. Oh my god, look at this. You may be an ordained mother, but you're certainly not mine. Worth it. Worth This background is worth it for this response alone. It's like you may be my father. He may be your father, but he ain't your daddy. It'll be a GM as it is a secret for Genma. Got it. All right, I'll be sure to respond to that when I can. Feel free to hit me up whenever you need. Like again, like I'm sorry it took a while for me to get to the feedback, to watch the VOD and everything, but I'm always open for comments and stuff like that. Whatever I like, I hope what I can say does help out with your process. So feel free. The closest ones are Fire Emblem Engage, Blood Bowl, right? Jedi Survivor March. Yes. Okay, that obviously that one. Okay. So we're definitely streaming Jedi Survivor because of course I'm a huge Jedi. I love the previous game. Of course, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And it was a great game. Jedi Fallen Order, I loved it. So definitely looking forward Jedi Survivor. Oh my god, but this oh my god. See, I was just saying this game they portrayed the Benedictines as very human and multidimensional. They were respectable people with their beliefs and perceived ways of living, but they weren't like Magdalene. They weren't like they weren't like Francisca, who straight up said, "Oh, a woman shouldn't be working on craft. Would you like to join the order?" I understand you may disagree. Oh, Martha, bad. The red flags. Get away, Martha. Now I feel bad. We couldn't convince Martha. Well, once she talks to Francisca, she might change her mind. I understand you may disagree with my choices, but I'm not going to stop painting the mural, Mother Francisca. My dad taught me how to run the shop, and I love printing. What's wrong with working as a printer? My headcanon is I said this. Wait, who's saying I'm troubling? And how did you hear that anyway? Aren't you all stuck up here? That's my question as well. Are you the thread puller? Were you like is this the mastermind behind everything? This poor Clara's nun who comes in the Act 3 is actually the thread puller. No, but I'm gonna just say this. It's so worth it. But this does raise a good question. How the hell did she hear about all this? Who's telling on me to these nuns? You may be an ordained mother, but you're certainly not mine. Magdalene Druckerin. On the contrary, your utter disregard for authority and decency shows that you would benefit from convent life. Look at our face right now. Such impetuousness is precisely why I offer you a place here. I think it would do you a great deal of good. God will make a woman out of you. My God. God would not want that. Like Jesus probably be like, what the hell? Think on my offer, Magdalene. God bless you. Wow. That is just he is just trying to recruit me. Gertrude, help me. You're more sensible, right? Marguerite. You gotta talk to Martha, okay?
Hello. Oh, sorry, not son of Slough. Son of Mousefanger. Look at this, the most adorable thing. Because Mousefanger passed away because it has been 18 years. So Mousefanger lived a long life. So now we have the son of Mousefanger. And Mousefanger as a child. My bet is that uh did you see the detail of that? She let the cat sniff her hand first. Clearly the one who animated that knows about petting cats. See that again. The amount of detail they put into that. Okay. That is accurate cat petting. Very accurate cat petting. Very gentle as well, compared to like how the petting of the dogs is animated. Anyway, son of Mousefanger. I'm betting like Schlau was the mom. Or yeah. Because we don't see Schlau anymore. Because of course Schlau already passed away. But who is the mom of this little kitty? Of Mousefanger? Probably Schlau. But um who's the other parent of this little kitty? I don't know. I didn't see any other cats. I'm so invested in their story. Gertrude! You gotta help Martha. Francisca ain't reasonable. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, Sister Gertrude. Are you doing all right? Father Tomas told us about your father's attack. You were incredibly courageous to run to Dr. Stoll so quickly, especially when the attacker could have been about. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the lurk, Manoa. If we don't see you again, take care. I'll be sure to reply to your PM. Last two you have pre-ordered. Yep. Enjoy those games, Fisher. Also, like, you keep sharing food, Fisher. Always thank you. It does make me hungry. I forgot to take a picture of my traditional birthday meal, which is Peking duck, because it just didn't occur to me. I just devoured the duck without even thinking. So just trust that the photos would have been very delicious. But I always appreciate it when you share food, Fisher. I had to do something. Even if whoever attacked that was still there, I had to do something. I didn't even think of that. I acted on instinct. I only knew Dad needed help as soon as possible. Honestly, sister, I was terrified. I only thought of Dr. Stolz because there was so much blood. It's thanks to you, really. Without reading Hildegard's Physica, I wouldn't have realized he was so badly hurt. Ooh, we got it from Sister Gertrude? Medical Treatise by Hildegard of Bingen, Saint and Doctor of the Church. It presents 9 categories of healing: plants, elements, trees, stones, fish, birds, animals, reptiles, and... Right! In the beginning of this act, Magdalene was picking herbs with Gertrude. So Gertrude was educating her. Good. Okay, I like that. See, that's why the Benedictine nuns are cool. They're good. I don't know about the Francisca and the poor Claris. I saw them all. The latest one, the tandoori chicken. Oh man, delicious. It always seems like something straight out of a restaurant, Fisher. It's great. Looks great. Hope it tasted this good as well. I'll eventually remember to take picture of my food. I used to, then I just fell out of the habit. Anyway, big thanks to Sister Gertrude. It's thanks to you, really. Without reading Hildegard's Physica, I wouldn't have realized you were so badly hurt. Well, I'm glad you came in useful. Although I wish it were not in such dire circumstances. Uh, I lit an extra votive candle in Saint Satya's shrine for each of you this morning. He hasn't been able to get up or walk around without my help. Sister Gertrude, I don't know what to do. So I think based on how the act started, I think we're close to Sister Gertrude. So it's something I think if we would unburden ourselves. My headcanon is like we would unburden ourselves to Sister Gertrude. Dad says that the pain has gone down, but Dr. Stolz is worried about a brain hemorrhage.
Thank you, Sister Gertrude. Dad's spirits have been up, but I know he doesn't have much time. Have faith, child. The Lord cares for Klaus, just as he cared for his son. I'll see if I have any psyllium left in the convent. If you blend it with broth or warm wine, it will heat his brain and prevent infection. See, Gertrude also knows her shit. It's just not fair. Why would God let this happen? I feel so helpless all the time. I don't think that's Magdalene. I know we're thinking that, but I pray you're right. I'm trying to keep busy with the mural, but sometimes I just want to cry. Thank you, sister. I'm grateful for all the help everyone in Tassing has provided. Okay, I think this seems more like our relationship with Gertrude. I pray you're right. I'm trying to keep busy with the mural, but sometimes I just want to cry. The Lord hears your tears, Magdalene. Take solace in his everlasting goodness. God will turn this for good. He will turn this for good, no matter what things look like now. He sees beyond time itself, but we are constricted by the present. I have been around long enough to see fruits even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. Aw. There, I have been around long enough to see his fruits, even when I thought the devil had burned the fields. It's very optimistic. Keep faith, Magdalene. I just wish this never happened at all, obviously. I'll do my best. Thank you, sister. Your words warm my heart. God bless you, sister. God bless you, Magdalene. Welcome back, Vanoa. How was your meal? All of those are from my new cookbook as well, got for Christmas. Ooh, making good use of it. Alright. Pet, son of Mousefanger, check the abbey. But it burned down, so I don't think we can access it. So I think we have officially talked to everyone. Except the twins, which are tied to the main quest. So let's go ahead and do that. That is a lot. Holy shit. Mugwort is always useful for colds and fevers. It might not be as powerful as when we gather it on St. John's Eve, but it should still work. Oh. Martha! I just talked to Sister Francisca. She tried to recruit me. She says women aren't supposed to work in crafts. I don't like her. Don't join the convent. Oh, did the stream mess up? Bitrate is still there. No crashes. We're all good. Are you there? If I disconnected, let me know. I'm not sure. Oh, maybe it froze for a while. Okay, good. Alright, let's talk to the twins. Smokey told me a story about the Romans. He said the god Mars was hunting in the woods near Tassing when he heard a woman cry out. When he investigated, he found a satyr trying to have his way with a nymph. Mars took the form of a wolf and killed the satyr. The nymph rewarded him with her favors, and supposedly it blessed the spring, which blessed the lands around Tassing. It might be too carnal for the mural, but maybe I could use it. Uh-oh, it crashed for Fisher.
Okay, I'm also having problems on my end in terms of completing the requests. Let me reload to see if the internet's still alive. Okay, I think my internet just hiccuped. Sorry about that. That's weird. All right. Um Mother Francisca of Heidelberg, abbess of Kearsaw's community of Poor Claris. She was formerly the head of a Colettine Poor Claris community in Heidelberg. Okay, Holy Roman Empire, the largest and most powerful European state in its time. The Holy Roman Empire was made up of many peoples and suffered from much internal strife during the Reformation, despite Emperor Maximilian's firm hand over the land. Okay, welcome back, Fisher. Okay, Apollo. Oh, hey, Magdalene. What's up? Can you show me how you and Artemis get into the salt mine? Wow, I'm just direct. Okay. The mine? Why? It's all gross and creepy. I need to get down there and see what the pagans and Romans left behind. I need references for my mural. Oh, the mural. Ah, I would ask Artemis about that. She's pretty protective of the mine. Alright, I'll go find her. Sorry, Magdalene. If she says yes, I'll show you later. What are you doing here anyway? Looking for frogs. Artemis says she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch. What do you need the frogs for? Or she just sent you on a wild goose chase. Frogs don't come out this time of year. How do you know? Artemis said she saw one. Oh, hey, right, we have the Twitter background. We're updated with like the pop culture background, which I think he would relate to more. Like this background, I read Apollo. Try it sometime. Wow. Never mind what you need the frogs for anyway. They don't. Hildegard says they're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out this in autumn. No, he would relate to this more, I think. I read it in a tale. Frogs come out with the rain. We get rain in spring. Huh. Maybe that's why I only have one. What do you need the frogs for? Like I'll tell you, you'll snitch. I won't. Oh, they already heard me about me snitching on them. Yeah, right. Sorry, Mags. I'm not telling. You'll just have to wait and see. Or ask Artemis. Maybe she'll tell you. Fine. I'll go talk to your sister. If you mess with my mural, you'll be sorry. Don't worry, Max. You're not our target. Who is the target then? Father Tomas? The Great Frog Plague of 1543. Artemis and Apollo are up to something that requires them to capture a bunch of frogs. I don't know what they plan to do with them. The interesting thing is that some of the frogs are poisonous, right? Oh, another dialogue. Hey, Magdalene. Hello, Apollo. What are you doing? Looking for frogs? Artemis says she saw one the other day and we're trying to collect a bunch. We already been through this. Okay, strange. Agnes gathers chamomile here every year to prepare her cures for the coming year. Saint Satya's shrine. Martha especially likes to leave offerings for her. I Who is Martha again? I feel so bad for not even remembering. Who is she the child of? Pfeifferin, the younger sister of the late Anton, daughter of Carl and Helena. Carl, who we also rarely... No, Carl... Right! Carl and Anton were the ones that helped build the bonfire, right? So, her brother passed. And Helena... Yeah, okay. Artemis. Hey, Magdalene. No, I told Father Tomas what you're doing. I won't put up with your shit anymore, Artemis. Wow. I didn't mean to. Hey, Artemis. Apollo said you're catching frogs. Yeah. What about it? He told me to come ask you why. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't tell you? Oh, Christ, finally. He's learning to keep his mouth shut. Oh, come on. Just tell me. No way. This is our biggest trick yet. We're not risking it to tell you. You'll just have to wait and see. What? Go away, Magdalene. What? This prank is gonna go wrong. I'm predicting it now. Someone's gonna suffer. A pig? Out here? It must have broke out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. Okay. I want to investigate that. The waterfall is always so beautiful. Right, the pig. I was worried about the pig skewering us, but it's not a boar. Like, the tusks are small, so I think we're safe. Why is there... Is this part of the twins' plan? What's happening here? Okay, here we are. The mine shaft. We need to get something from Baltas. If I want to depict the mural as accurately as possible, I have to go down the shaft myself. The entrance is so steep. No one's used it in years. There must be some way to get down there. Baltas! I could probably climb down, even though it looks dangerous. Nope! Baltas might have some tools. I'll bet he could help me rig a way to climb down here. Apollo and Artemis are always bragging about how they sneak around the ruins. Maybe I can ask them how they do it. No, let's use our background. If I rigged a rope to the top beams, I'd be able to get down more easily. And use the pig somehow. I don't know. I saw some rope in the workshop at home. I should be able to find everything I need there. I'll have to come back later. Oh, we know already. Cool, cool. So we could ask Baltas or we could do it ourselves. I feel like involving Baltas in it. I feel like he might provide good insight. Well, I could go down now, but it might be better to find another way down. I don't know if I have everything I need to climb into the mine safely. Should I go anyway? Wait, I can't back out? No, find another way. Carefully, find another way. Okay. Yeah, right? Just talk to the pig. Should be easy. I should find a way down into the salt mines. The people who used to work it may have left something behind. I think I can make something to let me down into the mine safely. I just need to head home to use the workshop. Now I feel like involving another NPC in it. My headcanon is we have a good relationship with Baltas. Baltas has been teaching us to tinker with shit, despite us being a woman, so I respect him. Unlike that sister Franziska. Woman shouldn't be working in trades. Yeesh. Carl. God, I can't resist. Okay. Baltas. No, you're not Baltas. What? Do you have anything to say? No. Baltas. Ciao, Magdalene. Here we go. Magdalene, hello! I was just jotting down a few new ideas. Did you need something? Besides, it'll keep me busy as well. Yes, if you have a moment. I need to get into the old salt mine, but I don't have any way down. Can you help me? To get into the salt mine, yes? Oh, you must be on quite the adventure. Ideally, we could rig up a double pulley system to lower and raise yourself into the shaft. But that might take a while. Well, I would like to go in today, if possible. Of course, of course. See, he doesn't even question, like, why do you want to go in a salt mine? So he's a good mentor. Would a good length of rope suffice? You could brace against the wall of the mine shaft. Are you strong enough to support your own weight? Against the wall? I think so. Excellent! Thank you, Baltas. Of course, of course. Here you go. Do be careful, though. Make sure the ropes are secure. Oh, so he's another source of ropes if you didn't have the tinker background. We could have done it ourselves, get rope from the workshop, but it's okay. It's from Baltas. I will, until later. Good luck, Magdalene! Thank you, Baltas. I was expecting, like, are you strong enough to support your own weight? No. However, there is a pig nearby. That should work. I don't trust the pig. Let the pig have its freedom. Alright, let's see what's down there. After so long, after 5 hours of talking to people in town. Oh, I trust Baltas. He ain't the killer. Then it gets my heart shattered. Betrayal! I don't know who the thread puller is. Now I'm thinking it's that sister Franziska. Like she just came out of nowhere. The poor Clara just came out of nowhere. Maybe she's just masquerading as a nun. And she's trying... Oh, it could be Sister Franziska. Because she tried to get us to join the convent, right? So she's still in... She would be in line with the thread puller's goals in terms of getting rid of disruptive forces to Tassing. I don't know. We'll see. Baltas gave me this rope to climb down, but it might take a while. Should I go now? Climb down the shaft. I think we talked to everyone. Do not want to ask the twins for help. Maybe I should have asked the twins for help, because what if I fall and break my leg or something? Uh-oh. Nobody knows I'm doing this except for Baltas. Oh, and Blacktail. So if something happens to me, they'll probably know I went down here. Ah! Finally! What is that clinking noise? We tossed a rock down here almost 2 decades ago. That's the rock. It hit the... That's the metal thing. Oh no, she's not the murderer, but I think the murderers were the actual townsfolk, one of them. But the thread puller, the mastermind, the one leaving behind the notes. I have a feeling it's probably Sister Francisca. Wow, consequences of her actions. Would that have been there if Andreas... Because as Andreas... Oh, I got an achievement. I don't know, maybe that's story progress? See, I just remember Andreas tossed the rock down here. And it went clink. And I'm like, what's down there? There are a lot of different coins down here. How odd. It's not like this is a saint's well. We finally know what it clinked against. Probably the coin or the lantern. Oh, a tablet. There's still writing on it. Oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love note. What? Oh, that's cute. Heh. Rising passion. Poor Jay. I hope her lover was better at things other than poetry. Ugh. I would have chucked this shit down a mine shaft too. Sorry. Rising passion, if you know what I mean. Poor Jay. I hope her lover was better at things other than poetry. I don't speak German, so I don't know what the poem was about. Oh, this looks like a larger version of some of Baltas's contraptions. Aha, our background. This winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. Now that I'm down here, I should see what I can find from the Roman era and before. Oh, bones. They're too big to be human. They're far too big to be human. No horns? Looks like a mule to me. Maybe it holds that winch. Poor creature, dying down here. Oh wow, right. They tied it to this, like in God of War. A beast of burden, and it just rotated this thing. Cave. Okay, what's this? Oh, a piece of pottery. It's beautiful. You know, knowing this game, you should explore this first. Okay. This pottery is scattered everywhere. Oh, these must be the same kind of figurines Till and the other farmers find in the fields. It's from the people that came before. To think that there are so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. Yet another pottery piece. Ooh, another piece. I guess we collected more shards. There, yeah, correct. Let me continue down here. Oh, another shard. What am I gonna find down here? I feel like I'm gonna discover something I don't want. Hey, this piece looks like it matches the other pieces I found. What's this mean? There's a Latin inscription here. Something about Saint, like Tassia. Tassia aquam mihi det av Pluto mi servet. Hic salest mi morti sicat. Oh, look.
Oh, carvings.
My archaeologist heart.
Oh, this looks like a Roman map of Tassing. I wonder what's changed. Let's see if I can map everything out.
There's the aqueduct and the spring.
The abbey was an old fort up on the hill. And there's the rest of the town. Castrum, there we go. Salina, Balnevum, aqueducts. Wait, what's this building? I don't recognize it. Mithraeum. I don't know that word. I can't quite tell what it's meant to label on the map. Maybe some sort of temple? Well, whatever it is, it's not in Tassing now. That's so odd. Huh. Could be the layer of the the thread puller. Anima leti in Mithreo. Ascendit av anima. Mea in hac. Damnata salaria avla descendant. You know, I could Google this, but let's try and roleplay. Magda doesn't understand, so player doesn't understand. Another inscription. It's not very formal. A worker must have carved it. There's that word again. Mithraeum. It must have been important to the Romans. Mithraeum, yeah, the building. That's missing. Another piece. I wonder if they're all the same pot. This almost looks like an altar. But what would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. Do we keep descending? Okay. Here's another piece. More Latin writing and another Mithraeum. Nisi Mithraeum penetramus nostrum proprium altarem Deis statuebus. I don't know. Mithraeum. Yeah. Oh, speaking of Eldritch horror game, I'm looking forward to the Sherlock plus Lovecraft game. It's a remake of Sherlock Awakening, I think, following Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. So it's kind of Sherlock Holmes Chapter 2. I was supposed to stream Chapter 1. I have it in the library. But I think that's one of the releases this year. So I'm looking forward to that. This reminded me of it. Sherlock plus Lovecraftian mythos. Why not? Another shard. I have a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Really? Why were they all here? Why were they all scattered around? Is this a thread puller? Are we being played? Yay, puzzle time. Shit. Huh? Oh no, I can rotate it. Okay. Calm down. Don't panic. Wait, I can't return it. No, my process. Oh, shit. Okay. Aha! Voila. Look for more of these. Yeah. Oh. Doesn't seem right. I feel like it's... Well, let's put it there first. I doubt it, though. Here. No, that doesn't fit. No, let's go for the edges, right?
That's how you usually start. Oh, I see where it connects though. There, right. We use a circle as a reference. The center point. Arm. I'm looking for an arm. This looks like... There. What? This is... Let's put that here first. Here we go. Hey. Get it out of the way. Maybe it is there. No, this is another person. There. That person connects to this piece. But this is the edge. Wait, I'm looking for the arm. Let's put that there first. Here. There we go. Now, this is down here. Put it down there first. Well, obviously, that's too small. Okay, here. Yep, that's her hair. This is supposed to go here. Someone got stabbed. Murder? Oh, what does this depict? There we go. That's good. Finally. So upside down. Murder. Oh. Ooh. Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. That piece was off. Aha! Got it. The figures on this pot lid look like they're telling a story. These paintings must depict an early myth, even before the romance. Let's see. This must be Perkcha, and those must be forest spirits. Part of the wild hunt? Oh god. The next part looks like a human sacrifice. You have to appease the wild hunt, right? Someone, maybe a chieftain, is sacrificing a man to Perkcha, who's the head of the wild hunt. The bottom half of the lid continues the story. I'm making big assumptions here. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. That must be how our ancestors tried to keep Tasing safe. They offered sacrifices to Perkcha.
To think that our ancestors made this, and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. This is part of our history, but I'm not sure this is the best story to portray. It's barbaric and very pagan. I doubt anyone would want to see our past shown this way. Yeah, what do you do? Like, yeah, we were going after truth, but then they hit you with this. It's like, oh, by the way, the tribe who was here was were sacrificing people to appease Prakcha in the Wild Hunt. No, I think this needs to be displayed as well. We need to know where we come from. To think that our ancestors made this and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. I'll have to think more about it before I decide for certain. Alright, better keep going before I run out of oil in my lamp. I heard that as well, Fisher. I think Vanua also recommended it. I was tempted to get it, but it's an early access. So I'm glad that it's going to be coming out of early access this year. I'll probably pick it up. Oh, a cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse recent? I won't be able to go any further with all the rubble. I suppose this is as far as I can go. Still, the murals on the wall showed me what Tassing was like when the Romans were here. I have wondered if I can find out where the Mithraeum was, or what it is. And putting the pottery shards back together showed one of the earliest stories of Tassing. I think I've seen everything I can down here, and my oil is running out. Time to climb back out. Cool. Now we want to find this Mithraeum. I learned some interesting things from the pottery fragments I reassembled in the mines. I might be able to use this legend about Perkcha in the mural. I also saw an ancient map of Tassing carved into the wall of the mine. There was a building on the map labeled Mithraeum. I'm not sure what it means, and I can't really figure out where it would be in our town today. Anyway, I can't use that part in the mural. It's just odd. Where was it though? Can we actually find it? Or are they gonna railroad us into finding it? We can't inspect it anymore. Where was the Mithraeum? Well, if she says she can't place it, then I guess it's not relevant right now. But it's probably the hideout of the thread puller. What's the thread puller's goal? Huh. Oh! Wait. Who's that? No, it's the thread puller! Hello? Is someone there? No! He had a beard! He had a beard! I'd better get out of this shaft before another rock comes crashing down. He almost killed us! Magdalene, what are you doing? You know, and why didn't that guy cut the rope? Why is he letting me climb up? If he wanted to kill me, just drop another rock. Or cut the rope and leave me down. I don't understand. Who was that? Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of here. Well, now that I have more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of the mural. I should get back to the rat house and get to work. I don't understand what just happened. If that is one of the lackeys of the thread puller,
Then, was that an attempted murder? What? Look, he could have just cut the rope. Or was he afraid that if he did, I'd see his face? Because we were looking up, right? I don't know. If they wanted to kill us, he could have easily done it. I should head to the rat house and finalize my plans. I don't have any reason to go back in. Besides, I'm too busy with the mural. No, now I'm thinking the beard. No, the pig's gonna kill me now. Oh, what are you doing? Who is this? That's not the guy, because this guy's beard is shorter. The guy who tried to kill us had a longer beard. You. Yes? I'm Hallerbrandt, the Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? Oh no, he's gonna kill the pig. No, I want to protect the pig. I'm not. That's not my pig. Was that you watching me a few minutes ago? That rock almost hit me. I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Druckerin. Do I look like I raise pigs? Was that you watching me a few minutes ago? That rock almost hit me. Watching you? No. Rock? I don't know what you're talking about. Now answer me. I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Druckerin. Do I want to tell this man who I am? Would it get my father in trouble? We never actually encountered the Lord. Is the Lord the thread puller? Is it just some evil aristocrat? I don't know. I'm the printer's daughter, Magdalene Druckerin. Ah. Sure. I didn't ask for your name. I asked why you were grazing pigs here. Fair, we weren't listening. Because I almost died. Answer me. Do I look like I raise pigs? Probably piss him off some more, but whatever. You look like a little girl who's going to be in a lot of trouble if she doesn't answer my question. We're forced to say it anyway. We just chose all the other options. That's not my pig. Auto chosen for us at the end. I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. Whoa, the twins hide well. If the pig doesn't belong to you, what are you doing here? Oh. Lie. I'm with child and I just had a craving for acorns. They did tell us to watch out for the Lord's men, so... Is the salt mine technically out of bounds? Does everyone have to justify being in the woods? Let's piss him off some more. If I think you're stealing the Lord's wood or illegally grazing your pigs, yes. Alright, let me ask a different question. Whose pig is this? I don't know. The pig was in the woods when I came in here. What if I say it is mine? It could belong to anyone. Well, honestly, I don't know. The pig was in the. But I feel like I want to protect the pig. I want to protect the pig. What do I do? Oh my god, this guy will probably shoot me in the face if I keep annoying him. Um. You know, I feel like this is fun. Well, what if I say it is mine? Well, I know you're not stupid enough to admit that now. So it seems we're left with a mysterious lost pig, who apparently belongs to no one. I suppose so. Ah! I knew he was gonna do that. I knew he was gonna do that. But that is sudden. That shocked me. Oh no! No, I did. We failed to protect the pig, chat. I just wanted to protect the pig. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. No, I have trauma about that. No. My monk in Dungeons and Dragons got so attached to a boar, named the boar Daichi. One thing led to another. Daichi ended up in a wall of fire and became lechon, and I got super sad. And now the game has this pig shot in front of me, as if reminding me of the loss of Daichi, my monk's favorite boar. And I almost forgot about that, and now I remember Daichi. My PCs never have a good track record. My PCs have not had a good track record with animal companions. No matter how much I try, something happens to my pets. I was a Beastmaster. What happens in our first major encounter? The GM cuts my panther in half. What happens to Daichi? The party doesn't really care about it, ends up roasting it on a fire, and I'm like, what? That is my pig! And then my party member goes, well, at least you have lechon now. And then my character's a vegetarian. And then I get a bear cub. I raise it and love it because it was orphaned because I killed the mother to protect myself. It's one of those stories. Oh no, protecting myself. Mother dies, and oh no, there are bear cubs all along. Out of guilt, I raised the cub. And sadly, I couldn't take care of it. So I trusted it to my character's partner's farm, where I eventually learn that they were cruel to the animals. I was so betrayed. And I named that bear Daichi as well. So after that, my monk never got a pet anymore. Like, no. And then now spiritually, this hunter this shoots the pig in front of us, and I was I was trying to protect it, right? I knew he was gonna shoot it, but I wonder if there's a way to save the pig. I doubt it though. Oh, 5! Hello there, Happy New Year. I said I was supposed to be wrapping up the stream, but things got exciting. Ah no, Daichi. He wasn't even present on this session. Your dude got a pet bear? No! Oh, that sucks. And he comes back because he's not present in the session? Oh my god, but his bear was. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. Well, you see, it's hard. You gotta prepare for the loss. If you're like a Beastmaster or a... Look, it doesn't scale well at all. Beastmaster is so gimped in D&D. I know there are like third-party fixes to the Beastmaster, but raw as it is, it's admittedly a very, very terrible subclass. And you try to take your pet into Tier 4 adventures, your pet's the first one to go. One fireball, one meteor swarm, like good luck. So that's why I think eventually they introduced some way to alleviate that, which is like you can bring back your pet, or it's easy to bond with another pet. But it's like, they're just cannon fodder at that point. They have no impact, they have little to no impact in combat. And they're like first to fry in Tier 4. Ugh. Oh my god, I need to advance. I'm thinking of Daichi. Rest in peace, Daichi. Daichi the bear. Daichi the bear was still alive, but he was... Okay, Daichi the boar in my campaign got roasted into lechon. Lechon, which is like roasted pig. They ate Daichi, okay? My party ate Daichi. I was so sad. Because Daichi was my pet, my love, and my character is vegetarian. And then Daichi the bear, it's a cursed name, I swear to God. Yeah, I found out that Daichi the bear was raised in a fighting pit and became like a gladiator bear, which is like super badass on paper, but also, oh my god, my child! I trusted my partner's father to take care of the bear on the farm. But that father was lying to that daughter who was my character's partner, pretending that the farm was a happy, wonderful place. But apparently it was built on slavery and gladiator pits. So, yeah, that is a thing. Ponder! Oh, okay, I just saw it now. Take care, or we should be turning in as well. Thank you for hanging out and lurking, Ponder. I'll see you on your stream or whenever. Take care as always. Glad to have you here. Good night. Sweet dreams. They just killed a pig in front of us. I'm just so sad. I think we're gonna pause after this. This brought up memories of my animal companions. That is why I made absolutely sure when I had an animal companion, it was invincible. And they, like my Tresim, my pet Tresim, it is a familiar, so I could resummon it whenever I wanted. Like, that's the only way, because they will die! Anyway. Double damage crit, and then it's 4 times more, because it's for the head. Oh my god. Yep. That is what happened to my panther. It's like, yeah, panther fight, fighting an orc chieftain. GM rolls a crit on the panther. Wow, I just had it for like 1 session. Never again. Okay, Howler. You're my #1 enemy right now. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. Whose pig was that, though? Martin Bauer? And those who brought them here. Well, at least he didn't shoot me. Was this part of the twins prank? Do you understand? ... Fine. Remind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Yikes. I knew the Lord's men patrolled these woods, but I've never seen one of them before. Yeah, this is the first time. I didn't realize they were so strict. I suppose I should consider myself lucky. Anyway, time to get out of these woods and back to work at Zerat House. Rest in peace, pig! Can I give you a proper burial? Can I turn you into lechon? Or roast pig? We're just gonna let you die here, look! It's so sad, I got shot in the head! And oh my god, okay, go away. Bunny, you are a witness to these crimes. Terrible. Terrible. How did you... The Lord's men didn't see you? Oh, this was not my fault. The game railroaded me into snitching. Okay? So this is something I'm unhappy about. Because I said... Because true enough for Andreas Mahler, okay, client asks you, do you know where my key is? And I said, I may know who suspected it, but I have to investigate first. Which is what happens with Andreas Mahler. You say that I have a lead, but I'm going to follow up on it. I can't say now. But the game didn't give us that option. I just said, truthfully, I may know who it is. I'm going to chase down this lead. But the game auto-chooses you to snitch on Apollo and Artemis. So now I have to live with this. See, Apollo, I can't believe you would ruin our plan and tell Father Tomas, Magdalene. I wrote the thing I promised in a DM. It turned out to be pretty long, but there isn't a shorter explanation. No problem, Vanua. Willing to have a look at it. Definitely have a look at it. Like, it's 5 a.m. now, though, so I will be winding down, but I'll be sure to have a look at that. Thank you for trusting me with whatever comments I might have, Vanua. I hope we can work it through and get it really good. Once more, scheming against Den Mother. If she's here right now. I can't believe you would ruin her plan and tell Father Tomas, Magdalene. Not my fault. Not my fault. It is going to be hilarious, but you ruined it. Wow, and then now I have to... Putting frogs in the Eucharist isn't funny. It risks the town's salvation. Definitely not. I'm sick of your pranks, Apollo. It's about time you dealt with the consequences of your actions. My headcanon before I was auto-snitched was I would be, as long as the prank didn't go too far, Magdalene would be okay with it. But apparently, well, we can't load. We're done. We're here. Let's move on. You're such a child. Why can't you grow up and do something useful with your life? Nah, this. Okay, maybe Magdalene got fed up. Maybe this was the last straw. Maybe it's going too far. Like putting frogs in the sacristy. So sure, would have given Father Tomas a heart attack. I'm sick of your pranks, Apollo. It's about time you dealt with the consequences of your actions. Well, I hope you're pleased with yourself. Bitch. Ouch. Ugh, whatever. That's the last time we help you. Ooh. Ooh. Screw off, Magdalene. Damn, we burned bridges. I wonder if that's gonna be bad for us. Go away, Magdalene. Oh no. No! Okay, wait. Who the hell almost killed me? Was he watching me? Was that rock? The rock was probably an accident, right? Was it you, Smokey? I think it was Smokey. Magdalene! Still wandering around in the forest. I'd get back to town quick if I were you. Why? Why? Seen a ghost, Smokey? Now's not the time to be making jokes. Mistress Magdalene, did something happen to my dad? Oh shit! The Lord's Wardens has been stalking around the woods. He came by shortly after you did, asking about pigs and loss. He looked rather determined to start trouble. I was worried I might have sent you his way. But it seems you've come back all right. I ran into him on my way back from the mine. He shot one of the town's pigs for grazing in the forest. Said it was a warning for breaking the Lord's law. Christ! Was that what that crack was? I thought a tree had fallen. The Lord's men haven't come through tassing too often. I wonder what brought this one. Does it matter? You killed someone's pig. Whatever the reason, I don't like to think of the council's reaction. I expect he wants full range of his forest. God forbid anyone gather what he doesn't use. Heh. Abbots or lords, it doesn't matter. Even as the townsfolk. Those in power will keep what's theirs away from folk who need it just because they can. Listen, Magdalene. That warden won't bother me, but you should get back home, alright? Well, that's added complications. Thank you, Vanoa. Have a good pre-sleep chore. I extended way too much, but I think this might be a good way to pause. They shot the pig in front of us. The Lord's men are involved. What awaits us in town? Are we going to finish that first mural? So perhaps I'll wrap up here after we talk to Smokey. But thanks for again tuning in, Vano, on our first New Year stream. Always great to see your faces. Have a good evening. Okay. Smokey says, don't come out into the forest for a while. Let the bastard move on to the other towns. Alright. Thanks, Smokey. Maybe Smokey was checking up on us. Right? See you, Mistress Magdalene. Maybe he hid? Because, no, we could have asked him. But the beard looked like Smokey's beard. Or Adoc. Alright. Where does that leave us? Okay, rat house. Let's see if there are any complications in town. Right, let's work on the mural. November 6, 3 p.m. Hey Mags, how's the mural coming along? How's Kyle had the same reaction? Sigh heavily. What? Oh, right. Magdalene. Sorry. Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? Doesn't look like much yet. Well, of course it doesn't look like anything now. No work of art appears significant at the start. You think Michelangelo was born a great sculptor? What would you know about it? Do you even know the difference between egg tempera and oil paint? Okay, let's see our hedgehog background. Neither do you, but the town has learned to accept it over the last 18 years. That's our relationship with aughts. I wonder if this is pushing aughts away, or if this is just if we will end up as lovers down the road. I don't know. But I can't pass these up. These great options. So, the art, the mural, Ott says it doesn't look like much yet. Well, neither do you, but the town has learned to accept it over the last 18 years. Anyway, I only just finished priming the wall. Now I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even what I could find out about the Romans and pagans was obscure. I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural. So, what is it? Oh, here we go. I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how we lived before the Romans. Smokey told me a story about the god Mars as a wolf, the nymph Tassia, and how the spring was blessed. It's a nice legend, but I don't think that's for the mural. Il Peter remembered a legend about a chieftain, Ratus, who healed a wolf that led him to our spring. So similar to Smokey's tale, but less body. I'll recreate an image I found in the mine. It showed how our ancestors made human sacrifices to appease Percha and the spirits. I thought I could be able to handle, like, I thought I'd be able to just put the truth up there in the mural, but now it's like, if our interpretation of the mural was correct, if our interpretation of the pottery was correct, which we can't guarantee, it could have not been about human sacrifice. It could have been like that person was defending Perkcha. Probably not. Okay, so what's the difference with this though? I'll use the pottery and tools the farmers have found. The knickknacks they found while they were farming to show how we lived before the Romans. But that includes this, the human sacrifices to Perkcha. But if we do art for ourselves, that is a good question. We consider our audience. In the beginning, we were all about portraying the truth. But I feel like we don't have much to go on in terms of the human sacrifice angle. Or I think it was something closely intertwined with, of course, how the farmers lived before the Romans. So this, definitely not this or this. These are fun legends for sure. And I'd like to write that down somewhere. But to have that as part of the tale, if we want to put facts in, that eliminates these as options. I would put that in Legends of Tassing, but not in what was supposed to be a historical mural. So this is kind of like a white lie. It's a compromise. This is a compromise. We will show life before the Romans, but not to the extent of showing that there were human sacrifices to Perkcha. But that doesn't really sit well with me. Because it's like, you're not telling the whole truth. But can the people handle the truth? Or is the church gonna come in here and burn down the town? I don't know. Call us a bunch of heretics. You know what? I think Magda, as someone who is very well read, I think appreciates the bare truth. Because you can't just consider the past on its own. You also have to consider from where we've come from, where we are, and where we might go. So, yes, we do want to show life before the Romans. But I think we also need to accept that this was a reality back then. Doesn't mean we are descendants of heretics and sinners. Like, we're all sinners. Right. Okay. This is just the first part of the mural. So I think this is fine. As Magda, I don't feel right withholding something that we know to be true. it's not consistent with how we've been playing Magdalene. So, well, the the part of me though was saying we were that wasn't thorough. We only saw one depiction of it. How were we even sure that it's the only depiction of the human sacrifice we've seen on a pot? What if we discovered a cult, right? What if this was a cult that went too far and became desperate during a time of famine, of plague, saying the wild hunt was responsible for it, and so sacrificed people to try and save the town? That may be one part of the story, but we should also depict how else they lived. I hope this includes this. I want the mix of this, pottery and tools the farmers have found to show how they lived, but also show the fact that, yes, there were the beliefs in Prakcha. Well, let's see. I'll recreate an image I found in the mine. It showed how our ancestors made human sacrifices to appease Prakcha and the spirits. Let's see how Otz reacts. Maybe he's gonna say, ah, shit. I knew this is a bad idea. No, let's go. Human sacrifice? Don't you think that's a bit much? I don't know how the rest of the town will take it. They can take it however they want. They can say that, oh, we were sacrificing people back then, but now the Lord saved us, which actually might be worse. And paint the old gods as, oh, I don't know. Oh, shit. Let us paint the truth. And it's up to the audience. I don't care anymore. Don't you think that's a bit much? I don't know how the rest of the town will take it. Especially Father Tomas. So what made you choose this story anyway? I don't think we should hide our pagan past. This is what our people did. I think the pottery I found is a better source than stories that have been passed down by mouth. No, not necessarily. Because what is depicted in the pottery could also be unreliable. I think it'll make for the most beautiful artwork. So this is why I went with that decision. I don't think we should hide our pagan past. This is what our people did. I guess that's true. Still, I think it'll shock some people. Especially Father Tomas. You already said that. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, I want you all to understand why I'm making these choices. Well, now that I figured out this portion of the mural out, I'd better start thinking about the next section. It's like Otz here is the he's just this is the NPC collecting our choices. I'll leave you to it, Mags. Magdalene, thank you. Good night, Otz. Good night, Magdalene. Maybe, I guess he's growing on me. Alright, that's where we're gonna pause. Now that I've decided how to depict Hassing's early history, I should decide how to paint Kearsaw's history. So, the present. And recent events. Mother Illuminata's letter mentioned that a Matthew Fosigny used to be a brother in Kearsaw. She said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask him what he remembers. Oh, and I have Esther's letter to answer too. I should write to them both now, before bed. Oh, before I write, I should read that old book Brigitta gave me. There's a lot to do. Maybe I'll learn something pertinent for the murals. Heck yeah. Alright. So, next Thursday, we'll continue our playthrough of Pentiment. It feels like we didn't do much. We spent the whole session talking to the town, but I guess it is nice, like after this time skip, catching up with everyone. Um, I feel like we're, when they changed the protagonist for Act 3, of course, it felt like a fish out of water. And it's like I had to start all over again to get reacquainted to the town in a way. Because it's now our interactions with the perspective of Magdalene and the perceptions of people. We're no longer Andreas Mahler, we're someone else entirely. So how they treat us was very different as well. So it took some time to reacclimatize to the town, but I don't regret it. We spent a lot of time talking to all the people, figuring out, most importantly, figuring out where Magdalene, sorry, Magdalene, where Magdalene stood with the townsfolk. And we got to know more about her relationships with them, their history, and now I feel like once more a part of the town, and I've kind of fully stepped into the shoes of Magdalene now, and I think it'll be better moving forward. For me personally, since I have a better handle of the town as Magdalene and our place in it. So now I hope the mystery will start going. Because, yeah, I know the pacing's kind of all over the place, but just existing in this world, taking your time, I do appreciate it. And I just hope for the people watching that you also enjoy the tidbits here and there and experiencing tasking along with me. So it is great to start off the year just gently easing in, reacquainting ourselves with the town, and seeing old faces come to the channel, and a new one as well, with Heisenberg himself joining into the chat for a while. Ponderkind showing up as well. Thank you so much, everyone. We're going to pause over here. This weekend, we will be streaming a new game, which I've yet to decide on. And Tuesday next week, we will be continuing, finally, our playthrough of God of War Ragnarok. Taking our time there as well. We've been doing all the side content for God of War Ragnarok. And next Thursday, Pentiment. All right, that's all I got. It has been a hell of a year, a lot of up and downs, but thank you for being here. And for those who may be lurking, if you enjoy this content and want to keep up with the channel, please do consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. That's all I got for you. Hope to see you on the next one. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great one. And good night and Happy New Year. Bye bye.